Senate President, Senator Madam Alvina Reynolds. Well, we have just started, and the President of the Senate now walks in to commence the second session of today's sitting.
Senators, I beg to remind you that when the Senate rose, the question was that the Public Finance Management Act, resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure to finance safety nets for vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19. I also wish to remind senators to stick to the resolution in the presentations this afternoon. Senator Polius.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, it is always an honor and privilege to represent the voices of those who would like their views and concerns heard regarding policy decisions and how these policy decisions have impacted them, how different pieces of legislation, the manner in which these pieces of legislation and decisions have been implemented. They really want their voices heard in this chamber. Madam President, this is what my colleague and I have been doing and will continue to do, irrespective of the ill-placed praises echoed by some of the members opposite. The mounting request by citizens for relief in light of the escalated prices of food, building materials, hardware, electricity, fuel. The calls for income support in these tough economic times, of course exacerbated by the lingering adverse effects of COVID-19, must be heard. And we have all agreed and acknowledged that their plight must be addressed. On one hand, Madam President, we are glad that this resolution of Parliament to borrow for capital and current expenditure to finance safety nets for the vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19 seeks to respond to the plight of our needy. It seeks to respond to the needs of the vulnerable and marginalized populations. On the other hand, Madam President, the opposition feels vindicated. We feel vindicated that having recognized the seriousness of COVID-19 from the onset and the potential catastrophic effects it would have on the lives and livelihoods of the people in this country, we saw it fitting and necessary to borrow in times of crisis. And it was in an attempt to respond to the very needs implied in this bill. Madam President, if we are objective and if we give credit where credit is due, we will acknowledge. We will acknowledge the important interventions. We will acknowledge what the former administration did to cushion the blow. We will. Sometimes we know we have to remove our political glasses and give credit when it is due. In the very same way, when a policy decision is being taken, when a bill is being enacted, and we show our support, we lend our support, our legitimate support to the bill. This is what we all need to do. When something is good, say it's good. Madam President, are the members opposite, or some members opposite, to be a little more precise, insinuating that the monies borrowed by the former administration for the very same purpose was not for the people? Who was it for then? Listen carefully to my choice of words. Insinuating that the monies borrowed for the very same purpose for which this bill is presented wasn't for the people. Who was it for? It was this very same government, then in opposition, found all kinds of negative things to say about the support programs that an Allen-led UWP administration implemented in 2020-2021. At a time when COVID-19 was wreaking havoc in this country. And you call it Betis? Betis? Is that how you refer to the support programs, the relief that many people, those who lost their jobs, those who were mostly affected by COVID-19, the support that they receive, the elderly, those who receive food, packages on a regular basis, albeit for a short period of time, you call that Betis? What foolishness is this? Betis? Madam President, I think we need to take a step back. We need to take a step back. Take a good look at what we do. Not just this government, any government. All governments do good. Because when we are elected, any government that is elected by the people seek, not all the time, but seek to do good. There must be something good that this administration has done. There must be something good that the former administration has done. So don't try to come here and to continue to mislead the St. Lucians, mislead the citizens of St. Lucia, and say that what was done prior, what was done by the former administration was meaningless, Beatties, think again. We need to think again. So instead of empathizing with the people of this country, at a time when COVID-19, we don't want to go back to this time when so many deaths were being recorded on a weekly basis. We don't want to go back there, Madam President. When people had to be confined to their homes. We don't want to go back there when we couldn't go to work, earn a living. We don't want to go back there, Madam President. And the government at this time, or at that time, provided the support. And how was it done? Through borrowing. And that's what we're doing today. Borrowing. But you know what the difference is? There's a difference, you know, Madam President. There is a big difference. And perhaps the leader of government business can enlighten us a little bit. But I will seek to do just a small part of it. The difference is the circumstances.
That's right, that's right.
The circumstances.
That's right. That's right.
We borrowed. Not once, not twice, maybe more than two times. And you know what? Called it Madipuete.
Yes.
All kinds of names, saying it was not for the people. Madam President, now this administration is coming here to borrow under the name of COVID-19, when many of us believe that COVID-19 has vaporized and it is no longer a threat to us, still under COVID-19, because we believe that our vulnerable groups and populations are still feeling the pinch. We recognize that too. So you knew very well, and it has been articulated by some of the members opposite, that many suffered the dreadful impacts of COVID-19. So why wasn't there a need to borrow? That is when it hit us. That is when everything was out. We are not out of the woods yet, you know, Madam President. We are not completely out of the woods yet. And this government still sees the need to borrow, to respond to the plight of those who are affected by COVID-19. We support this bill. We support the intervention. We do support it. You know why, Madam President? Because every government that is conscientious, every government that was elected by the people, and not just including this government, you know, every government, including the former administration, would do what is necessary to respond to the plight of the people. And this is what was done. So we support the bill. We support the resolution, sorry. We support it. However, what we need to be a little more careful about, Madam President, is the implementation of such interventions and programs. The implementation, this is where the problem lies. We have good intentions. And we applaud any intervention that is going to provide support and relief to our people. But how it is implemented will determine its success or failure. So, the caveat is, and I am placing this government on notice, because we'll be looking out. I will be looking out. For one, I will be looking out, particularly in Dennery North, to see how some of these programs are implemented, and that it is not being implemented, or it will not be implemented, or they will not be implemented. I want to pluralize it. They will not be implemented based on who you voted for. Whatever doctrine you want to call it, it's up to you. But this is the current practice of many. While I am not able to speak for all constituencies, I can speak for what happens in Dennery North, Madam President. Madam President, only last week, last week. And I'm not saying this because I want to level some allegations, or I want to level criticisms at anyone. This is the reality, and we have to accept it. Only last week, one of our main excavator owners was fired, and he was one who was always involved in the maintenance of pipes as part of the water project in Dennery North. And he was called, based on my investigation, I realized that, you didn't vote for us, so you were fired. He received a call to say that he was fired, and based on that, Madam President, this should not continue. And that is why we're saying that I said that I'm going to be on the lookout. I'm going to be on the lookout for the way in which some of those interventions and programs are implemented. Madam President, we are so happy. We are so happy to speak on this bill, on this resolution, and lend our support to it. Because you know what? The very same resolution, similar purpose. Okay, some things about it may have changed, granted, but the very same purpose. This government, some members opposite, some who were there at the time, maybe two members, they criticized it. Oh, it was not worthwhile. It was not for the people. It was to gain votes. It was to gain to make political mileage. But it's being done today. Why is it being done? Why is it being done, Madam President? Why? So the very same things that this government criticized vehemently, the very same things, the very same programs, the very same interventions that were criticized by this government when they were in opposition, they're doing the very same today. So we are vindicated. We feel vindicated. We feel vindicated. And based on this, Madam President, and in light of the fact that we do recognize the harsh economic times in which we live, inflation, and maybe a possible recession, we don't know. We have to think ahead. We have to think ahead. we support the borrowing, because we know that it is the people of this country, the citizens of this country, who will benefit from such interventions. I thank you.
Senator Jawahir.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon. Madam President, I know many colleagues have gone before me, but it would be remiss of me if I did not say congratulations to you. I am very proud to be sitting on this side of the House under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Pierre, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, who has recognized the importance of a gender balance. And for the first time in history, an SLP administration has appointed a female president. So congratulations to you, and I look forward to your guidance in the Senate. Also, I would like to take a moment, I beg leave of you, a moment or two, to express my sincere condolences to the families of the deceased nurse, Ms. Wilson, who left behind an 11-year-old daughter. As you alluded to earlier, or as you mentioned earlier, Madam President, tomorrow marks the beginning of 16 days of activism with the theme Orange the World. It's our goal to end gender-based violence, and so this begins on Friday, November 25th, which is also International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, and it ends on December 10th, World Human Rights Day. Time after time, Madam President, we as leaders make certain pronouncements that we would like to see an end to gender violence. We are aware of the 16 days of activism that occurs every year, but this time around, as we notice since the COVID-19 pandemic, crime has increased. Violence against women have increased. And when the government of St. Lucia came to the House of Parliament earlier when we came into office and immediately enacted the domestic violence bill after 30 years, I was extremely proud, because it said to me that the government of St. Lucia was making strong interventions as it relates to tackling crime and putting policy measures in place. But Madam President, I spoke of the increase in crime rates, and I want to tie it into this bill just for a moment, because we are here to seek leave from the Parliament for the government to borrow US $5.2 million to finance safety nets for vulnerable populations that are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And I know that this debate is not about crime, but like I said, the crime numbers have gone up since COVID-19. According to the RSL, the Royal St. Lucia Police Force, persons have lost their job due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Persons have been displaced. Some persons, we learned, took their own life. And our people in general suffered economically, they suffered socially and psychologically. And to be specific, Madam President, and Independent Senator Aziz can relate, as he happens to be part of an association that represents the interests of persons in the tourism and hospitality sector. Over 33,000 persons in this sector were significantly impacted by COVID. Over 33,000 persons. And 70% of households have reported income declines. And these statistics were also brought to us by the Minister for Equity in the lower house earlier on Tuesday. Persons in the wholesale, retail, and restaurant sector experienced job losses. Madam President, the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic are not over. $65 million was budgeted by the government to be collected as taxes on fuel. We have not even been able to collect 1/3 of that up to this date. And all the government continues to do is subsidize fuel. The government has been able to subsidize cooking gas, as an example, for about $18 to $20, the highest subsidy in the region. We know in the first 100 days, all that the government of St. Lucia was able to implement, even with a very tight fiscal space. But yet still, the government continues to make efforts to ensure that the poor, that the vulnerable, will ensure that they get something at least. Now, Madam President, earlier, the member opposite spoke of borrowing. And it continues to be peddled out there by surrogates of the opposition on the amount of borrowing. And earlier we saw extensive discussion on that. But there was a particular incident that they mentioned about the government of St. Lucia borrowing $277.1 million in the month of October. But Madam President, there's no history or no record in the House of Parliament or Hansard that states that there was borrowing of such an amount. And what we do not appreciate, or I can tell you, Madam President, I do not appreciate, is when persons who are in positions of authority make certain accusations, untruths, and I know we cannot call them liars, Madam President, but speaking untruths publicly. And I can tell you quickly the example that I had to go through on Tuesday. During the break on Tuesday, I was passing near Constitution Park, and I happened to overhear a gentleman speaking to about 5 or 7 other gentlemen that the government of St. Lucia sold the ports. And I stopped and I said, if I may, the government did not sell the port, but the government entered into an agreement, a memorandum of understanding with Global Ports Holding, excuse me, of its intention to lease operations of the port for a period of 30 years. But the gentleman was adamant that the government sold the port. Why? And I asked him why. He said because the opposition leader, former Prime Minister of St. Lucia, posted on his Facebook page, spoke about it on the news that the government of St. Lucia sold the ports. And Madam President, I remember calling a talk show and explaining to the people of St. Lucia that that was not the case. And after that, the opposition senator who was seated right there called the same talk show and said, well, we can only be left to assume. But that same MOU was before them on 2 occasions, and they failed to move forward with the signing of the MOU. Well, actually with the implementation of what the project would have presented to St. Lucians. But this side is doing it, and leaders, persons in authority, held at the highest level of authority in this country, will speak untruths. Madam President, that is very concerning. They also spoke about the borrowing, and lest they forget, I just want to briefly remind them that this same borrowing that they spoke of, the Prime Minister came into the House to repurpose those funds. And just one example, the $10 million that they spoke about for the youth economy, Madam President, the Prime Minister came and gave a breakdown: 500,000 for CMOS subsectors, 7.2 for youth economy, 200,000 so we can be more marketable globally, 4 million for West Coast Road project, 3.4 for street lighting replacement project, repurposing of funds. But yet still we are in a debate about how much money you borrow this, and you borrow almost $500 million for this. And Madam President, if we want to talk about $500 million, we still do not know that $500 million that was borrowed by the opposition for COVID support, where that money went to. Because I remember, and I talk about it all the time, because it affects me, it affects you, it affects everybody who is watching this live, taxpayers of this country. They only showed us an account for $20 million, $500 million, 500,000 million about, borrowed for COVID relief. And we cannot see where that money went. 7 million, Madam President, for vaccines, made payable to someone with affiliation with an entertainment company, and Jik Touchou, nous pour vaccine. Call We want to know. But if we want to talk about accountability, you can look at this side of the house. Because every time the Prime Minister or leaders on the government side present an opportunity to say, Lucia, as to why we need to borrow, we always give an explanation. And I cannot say that about the opposition. Madam President, you see, the opposition, as I said, came to the House to borrow for all of this. But yet still, we are coming to the House to borrow $5.2 million US for relief for persons who are vulnerable. And they seem to have a serious issue with that. In one side of the of the coin, they're saying, yes, we support the borrowing. In another side, they want to relate it to the SLP have a problem with borrowing and now they're borrowing. The St. Lucia Labour Party in opposition never said it had a problem with borrowing. The SLP always had an issue with absolutely no accountability, which was what the United Workers' Party continued to do. They could not tell us where the money going. So somebody come to you and ask you to borrow $20. That's the last $20 you have. And you don't have a right to ask them, well, what the money is for. It's your $20. You don't even know if you're ever going to get back. So you cannot tell me my mother, my father, my brothers, my nana, my sister, my power, everybody who pays taxes in St. Lucia cannot understand where that $500 million goes to. But Madam President, we are here to ensure that the vulnerable, like I said, those persons who were significantly impacted by COVID-19 get an opportunity to thrive. These are additional measures that the government of St. Lucia is putting in place to tackle and to address those issues. Because as I said, this pandemic is not over. People are still suffering. People still do not have an opportunity to get their jobs back. They have lost their jobs in this pandemic. And now, with inflation, the Russian war on Ukraine, what we experienced from early in February this year, you see opposition members want to blame the government for fuel prices, blame the government for increasing food prices, things we have absolutely no control over. I think if they truly mean what they say, by stating that they understand the need for this borrowing, that they will not play halfway with the intention of the government to ensure that we assist those vulnerable groups. And Madam President, those vulnerable groups, persons who were victims of landslide, if you saw what happened in Grizzly, I am very young, but there are persons 3 times my age, Madam President, who will tell you they never experienced such flooding and devastation in the constituency of Grizzly. I'm not comparing it to Castries Southeast, which is where I'm from, because everybody knows Mark Beck, Circle, the Sac is always flooded. But what the people in Grizzly had to go through was worse, was so worse. I'm a child of rain. I love the rain. I love to eat on my galvanized. It makes me sleep well. I'm feeling good. But now, Madam President, when I hear the rain, I am a bit anxious because I am concerned. And you can tell me Honorable Philip J. Pierre, who has to be responsible for 180,000 persons, is not anxious about the future of these people, is not anxious about how he can get an opportunity to feed them. Persons who were victims of those floods, fires, hurricanes, victims of domestic violence, orphans, persons with disabilities. And we heard the Honorable Member for Social Transformation spoke of the increase in the allowance for persons under disability grants, and I want to applaud him for that. Rehabilitated inmates, Madam President, persons who are poor of HIV at the time couldn't even afford to get medication, persons who have been abandoned, they are elderly, yes, their children, their family members have abandoned, and eventually they become the responsibility of the state. The retired poor, marginalized groups, Madam President, all of these people will be beneficiaries of this borrowing. And so I really want to urge the members opposite. They keep talking about playing politics. Actions speak louder than words. We know the politics of the Belrose Doctrine, and the senator stood up a while ago and spoke of a gentleman being fired. If that is the case, I am truly sorry to hear of that, but I do not know under what circumstances, because all I know is that the St. Lucia Labour Party does not promote the Belrose Doctrine. What is the Belrose Doctrine, Madam President? For the benefit of those who may not be clear, or the St. Lucians who may not understand, the Belrose Doctrine simply states that if you did not vote for the United Workers' Party, you will not benefit from the United Workers' Party. But under the leadership of Honorable Philip J. Penn, you heard him on Tuesday, speaking to the members opposite, they get their constituency allocations, they get support, they get support. So we are not just saying it, we are actually doing it, Madam President. People still cannot meet basic needs, and they require protection. It is our duty to protect them because they are helpless. They are the ones who also raise the next generation. And if we do not lend out support to them now, those children will be the ones suffering at the end. So, Madam President, I wanted to stand briefly to express my support and really urge members of this parliament to authorize the Prime Minister to borrow US $5.2 million for financing of safety nets for vulnerable persons.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. It has become customary that when I stand to rebut most bills and motions in the Senate, that I have to be speaking to either an empty opposition side or, as it is now, a single member most of the time, and I did raise it before. The leader of opposition business makes his submission, and for some reason is not available to listen to the response to some of his claims. I suspect he knows why. I will not assume that I know why he left, Madam President, but that's a pattern. Madam President, during this morning's deliberations, a number of issues were raised, and the debate took a certain slant. Unfortunately, we were able to bring some semblance of sanity to the debate, but I need to, for the benefit of this Senate, address some of the issues that came up and hopefully bring some measure of shed some light on them. First of all, Madam President, we need to take note of a tactic or a strategy that the opposition has decided that they're going to use. Anytime there is a motion or a bill or a matter on this agenda, the opposition will either decide that it's no good, and if they can't get to that point, they will say that they did it first, so we're only continuing what they did, so they take credit. And if none of the above works, then they might say it's not enough. You have to do more. But today, I think the opposition went beyond all of this, and instead of using that strategy, what I suspect happened is that the 505 million narrative had to be brought into the Senate. Somehow, I anticipated it, but it came. And no matter what method was used, it seemed to me that that 505 million was the only thing that mattered in the argument. Well, until we heard from Senator Polius, who in some ways departed from that, and I think I want to commend her for doing so. Madam President, that narrative caused us to go into a line of debate and discussion that perhaps robbed us of almost 40 minutes of our debating this morning. But I want to address two things, Madam President. I want to say, first of all, that there is no way we can compare the purpose or the method or the reason for borrowing by our government to what transpired in the last 5 years. I know there was an attempt to put some kind of, make some kind of comparison and say, okay, you said we shouldn't borrow, now you're borrowing. That argument has no place in a debate where it is very clear that the focus and the purpose of the borrowing here is in no way related to what was going on before. And so while we have acknowledged that governments will borrow, everybody knows that, but I think after the explanation provided and the details given by the Minister for Equity who presented the bill in the other chamber, I think the breakdown and the explanations followed by my own explanations this morning would have made it very clear to this chamber that this motion really had a particular focus, and it was to assist a particularly vulnerable persons in the wake of COVID. Madam President, we heard from the Senator Polius. I will go to her presentation first. She did acknowledge that there were several reasons why this motion came to the House, to the Senate, and I acknowledge that. She did acknowledge that in the wake of COVID there were challenges, and that is true. But unlike her two previous leaders, leader of the opposition in the lower house and her leader today in the upper house, she presented a different argument. And her argument was, what about the implementation? That is what we need to know. Now, Madam President, before I respond to that, I think it's a legitimate question. I want to ask, when we come to this chamber, does the opposition have a position on things? Because I listened to the leader of opposition suggesting that we borrowed 505 million, that we had borrowed it. Then the leader of opposition business in the Senate,
Madam President, I am really sorry that I have to stand on the point of order to point out that the member is again misleading the House. I have gone through great pains to make sure that I did state that I am proposing to borrow. I am not saying that you have borrowed. I said that you propose to borrow.
Madam President, I wish the member would have allowed me to finish the sentence. First of all, he doesn't seem to acknowledge you. He just stands and talks. I would like to know that when I'm on my feet, if he has a point of order and he stands, you acknowledge and I will sit. Madam President, I will repeat. I will not stand here and say that the leader of opposition business in the Senate said so. I said the leader of the opposition. And if he had just given me a chance, I would have finished the sentence. His political leader in another chamber had to be corrected when he attempted, and on his Facebook page, the evidence is there, to say that we had borrowed 505 million. And I'm saying that to make a point about contradiction, Madam President. So his leader did not succeed in trying to say that we had borrowed 505 million. So the leader of opposition business in the Senate today, my learned friend, is now attempting to change the argument, as he did earlier, to suggest that we are projecting to borrow. So, Madam President, what is the argument? Is it that we have borrowed or we are projecting to borrow? So you see, when you are not telling the truth, there is no consistency. Here you have one leader saying we have borrowed. As they say, we boucher him, so he can't come back and say that. So the other leader comes to say we are projecting to borrow. So what exactly are you saying? And even in that argument, we ran into difficulty this morning. So, Madam President, I want to ask the opposition, what is your argument? And if you do not have an argument, then organize your argument. And after having heard the two leaders contradicting each other, then the other colleague, senator, takes a different slant and says that it's about implementation. So I have to ask the question, is it about how much we have borrowed? Is it about how much we propose to borrow? Or is it about implementation? What is the argument? And so as leader of government business, I'm not even sure whether what I'm responding to, because there's so many different arguments. So that is what happens to a group when they attempt to mislead, but they can't find something to stick. So they keep shifting the goalpost, shift the goalpost. So one doesn't work, try something else. Something else doesn't work, you keep swinging around. Well, Madam President, the only swing that mattered is the swing that took place on July 21st, 2021. July 26, 2021. So, Madam President, I think the opposition should take note And as I said earlier, when you were being referred to as Mr. President or Mr. Speaker, I did remind the honorable colleague of mine that once he continues along those lines, he will never be able to say Mr. Speaker again. Anyhow, Madam President, one of the arguments, I want to now move to the arguments provided by the honorable leader of opposition business, who is now in the chamber, so I can now address his issues. Madam President, he did mention that this was a drop in the bucket. I'm quoting him. A drop in the bucket. So, started by going to the 500 million. It didn't work, so he came back and said, that's a drop in the bucket. That's not enough. 505.2 million US. But Madam President, it may be a drop in the bucket by his standards, because they were not borrowing by single digits. It's hundreds of millions. So when we borrow 5.2 million, that ain't nothing. That's a drop in the bucket. You have to borrow $500 million to build an airport. You have to borrow 300 million to do all kinds of things. So 5.2 million is not accustomed to that, menial amount. So it's a drop in the bucket. But I'll tell you something, Madam President. When they were borrowing, there was no bucket for that particular purpose. We are borrowing for a drop in the bucket to assist the vulnerable. But in their time, there was no bucket. And the bucket that was there for the, fire victims, the distress fund, that bucket was thrown away. Yes. So there was no bucket for the vulnerable. So I can understand why they will come to this honorable Senate and say that 5.2 million US is a drop in the bucket. Madam President, it will do so much. And as was explained by the line minister, a long list of figures and dates and periods of time was presented to explain how many different groups of people this 5.2 million US will touch. And as I did earlier today, I continued to expand on that discussion to explain how many different groups of people that this meager drop in the bucket, 5.2 million US, will touch. So it's okay to call it a drop in the bucket. But our bucket is not only for horses and other things that I don't want to go into. It's for people who really need it and real people who have real problems. Madam President, let me just wrap up at this point. I want to say to the Senator Polius, there is only one parliamentary representative for Dennery North. I'll repeat that. There is only one parliamentary representative for Dennery North, and he happens to be the Minister for Education. I have heard more than once, in fact there was a time I had to stand and remind honorable members in the Senate that they are not parliamentary reps. And while we come from communities and we are free to make certain comments about our communities, but when I start hearing senators talking about constituency of, I begin to wonder if they have not, if they know their place. Because there's only one parliamentary rep who can come into this house and speak on behalf of the people of Dennery North, and that is Honorable Sean Edward. So Madam President, I come from Deriso, and I can stand up and speak about Deriso, but I can't stand up and speak about Miku South, because I didn't win a seat there. And we must accept that we are not spokespersons for constituencies in the Senate. So, Madam President, I heard comments being made about Dennery North, and I will represent the views of the people. Madam President, in the Senate, our responsibility is to deal with what the lower house sends up to us. And as I said, we come from communities and we may speak about our communities. Nothing wrong with that. There are different communities in any part of this country we can speak about. But the connotation of a constituency of Dennery North or of Beaufort South, this kind of approach suggests to me that some of us think that we are MPs. We have no MPs inside here, Madam President. So I suspect, you see, when I came into politics, I came into politics in opposition. I sat over there, and I know how it feels, Madam President. I know how it feels when you try to make a contribution for people on the government side to think that they're there forever and to ridicule you and to tell you don't have a voice and you don't have a right to speak. I sat there for more than 5 years, Madam President. So now, some people who may have entered in the grand style when government was government,
President.
And now they are
Madam President,
on the
I
opposite
stand
side.
on a point of order. Madam President.
What is your point of order, Senator Polius?
Okay, the leader of government business is misleading and inaccurately reporting what I said. I made reference, Madam President, to constituencies when I spoke about the implementation of the social programs, the interventions. When I started my presentation, I did not make reference to being the voice or representing the voices of people from my constituency or from the constituency of Denry North. That is not what I said. So please, can you report exactly what I said and not mislead this House? Thank you.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Your mic is on, colleague.
Oh, sorry.
Madam President, I will, for purposes of, she stood at the point of order, but I think it should have been elucidation. Let me elucidate. I am not in any way going to attempt to misrepresent anything that the colleague said. I am referring to a point that was raised where my colleague referred to when she stood, as soon as she stood, indicating that she was representing the voice of those who need to be spoken on behalf of. At that point, she didn't indicate Denry North correctly. But during her presentation, she sought to make comments about somebody who was fired, I think. But she was not referring to somebody who was fired, I think. An excavator or someone. Yeah. The point is, the person may be from Denry North. You may say the person is from whatever community. But I am saying, Madam President, that the role of the person who has a role of speaking about Denry North is supposed to be speaking in the other chamber. That is my point. And in this chamber, there are no parliamentary reps. But anyway, I'll move on. So, Madam President, and I suspect it will happen again because it's happened before. So, Madam President, win your seat and then come and talk about Denry North. Right now it's shown again. So, Madam President, I want to thank Senator Polius for acknowledging that, and she gives quite a few examples, why it is necessary for us to have to pay attention to the plight of the less fortunate and the persons who need the assistance. But it's a little strange that just after she says that, another argument comes in. But I try to be objective and pick up the essence of the contribution. And I want to end by saying that the opposition has indicated, outside of everything they said, I think I heard that they support the bill. I think I heard that. And I want to say that if that is the case, I applaud that. But while you support something, there is no room for you to try to push a narrative that was already proven to be wrong by another member and come into this House to sanitize an untruth. And the untruth I was referring to, Madam President, the 505 million that the leader of the opposition in the lower house, the leader of their party, attempted to brunt on Facebook and in the chamber. When it was proven wrong, the leader of opposition business in this Senate tried to sanitize it by saying that it's not, has been borrowed, but it's projected. And that too, Madam President, didn't come through. So I want once again to thank my colleagues who contributed to the bill, and I look forward to its implementation, as was suggested by Senator Polius, that the people who are due to be benefiting will indeed benefit from this motion. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow US $5,217,000 from the special funds resources of the bank to finance safety nets for vulnerable populations affected by COVID-19. Be it further resolved that D, the loan is repayable in 80 equal or approximately equal and quarterly installments. E, Loan payments commence on the first day of January, first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, or such a later date as the bank specifies in writing. And F, interest is payable at a rate of 4.39% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding, and the borrower may request an interest rate conversion from the bank. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I wish to present the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided by Section 63(1) of the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, the Act, that the Minister of Finance may, by an affirmative resolution of Parliament, borrow from a bank or other financial institution for the capital or current expenditure of government. And whereas it is further provided by Section 64 of that Act that money borrowed by the government must be paid into and form part of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to borrow an amount of US $3,704,000 Eastern Caribbean, US $3,704,000 from the Caribbean Development Bank, the bank, Special Development Fund 10th Cycle Loan Facility to support the micro, small and medium enterprise sector post-COVID-19. And whereas the loan is repayable in 88 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments, and whereas the loan payments may commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. And whereas interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $3,704,000 from the bank's Special Development Fund 10th Cycle Loan Facility to support the micro, small and medium enterprise sector post-COVID. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 88 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding.
Honorable Leader of Government Business, you have an explanation?
Thank you, Madam President, I wish to proceed with some explanation for the motion that I just presented. Madam President, like the first motion presented earlier today, our government is taking a very comprehensive approach to dealing with the rescue and the resurgence of this economy. And like was mentioned earlier, this is part of our government's quest to fulfill its promises and commitment made to the people of this country during its previous campaign, as well as consistent with the budget speech and commitments made by the Prime Minister to this country in the last budget cycle, or the last budget presentation. In this case, Madam President, we seek to borrow this amount of just over $3 million US for small and micro enterprise development. And we believe that, like it was earlier today, there are a number of groups and organizations and individuals who we believe really need that type of injection and that type of facility and flexibility, so that they can, as we say, get a break in the light of what is going on right now. So, Madam President, we need to acknowledge, first of all, that a lot of our small businesses, in fact big businesses as well, but particularly small businesses, really suffered severely. And we must acknowledge too that, Madam President, that in small developing economies like ours, the small business sector is a very critical part of our economic base. You may have some monopolies and big businesses that do what they do, but our economy is really supported in part, but probably most significantly by small businesses. And so there is always a need for us to protect their interest. Having said this, Madam President, I want to also mention that in responding to COVID, the rebound and the recovery process for small businesses is a little more difficult, because don't forget, some of them, they do not have insurance, they do not have any support system or anything that can give them a bank start as they try to recover. Some people have to basically restart their business on their own savings, from their own efforts. Their assets are limited. And so government has to intervene to give these small businesses and these entities support. So, Madam President, some of the measures that have been taken have to be commended. We have seen tax breaks being given. Our government has come in and given some tax breaks to some of those businesses. The Minister of Commerce says, has looked at it as focused attention being given to the small business sector. And a number of initiatives have been taken. And may I just give, by way of example, a few of them. We have decided that we will invest in financial literacy. This is an area that small businesses really need to take advantage of. Digitization. Right now, there is a thrust to do a lot of business online, e-commerce. And small businesses who are unable to build structures and get rental space can benefit from e-commerce. Someone can stay at their home and run a complete business on their computer. And that's why we're giving them laptops, Madam President. The laptop is a powerful tool. It's just not just for learning. A child who has a laptop, that child's parent can make use of that laptop to run a small business from home. So it's not ki gain ki asa. There's gain in business with laptops. Ini gain. Madam President, the initiatives will also include virtual links and business models, training in preparation for business plans. These are some of the initiatives that some of our small businesses need. Some people get into small business development. They want to own a business, but they have no training. They do not understand what the environment is that they're operating in. They need technical support. And it's not just giving people money to go and start a business. If you just give people money to start a business and they don't know what they're doing, they'll probably go bankrupt. So you also need to give them technical training. And as we speak, the Ministry of Commerce is on an island-wide campaign in each of the various communities to provide that kind of facility. And I was happy to see the face of a former Minister for Commerce, a parliamentary representative of the opposition, on a flyer, Madam President. So when the opposition talks about, we are watching you, and you better make sure that there is no doctrine, there is no doctrine. We have no doctrine. The member of parliament for Choiseul, who is on the opposite bench, I saw a flyer from the Ministry of Commerce where this small business initiative is being taken in Choiseul with his face on the flyer. And, you know, he's part of the process. You would never see that 5 years ago. Can bet you wouldn't. And if that happened, somebody would have to answer questions. But this is how we operate. It doesn't matter if it's somebody on the opposition. If the people of Choiseul are going to benefit from something that is going to help them develop their craft market, develop their skills, get into small business, or the people of which other constituency, Miku South, or any other constituency, or any other community, lest I start sounding like my colleague, we have to ensure that this is supported, and we will support it. So these initiatives, Madam President, are far-reaching, are equitable, and are made available to every single St. Lucian, no matter who you supported in the last elections. That's the model we use. So, Madam President, I also want to inform this House that some of the other initiatives that this money will be funding will be business plans, design thinking, and building e-commerce capacity among our small business sector. And this is ongoing in the form of workshops. I think there was one in Babano, and we're going to have one in Choiseul pretty soon. I hope it comes to the Henry North, Oleon, and all the communities. And when it comes, I am hoping that all the residents of all the communities in the constituency where Senator Polius lives can participate and can benefit, because they are St. Lucians and we want all of them to benefit. So, Madam President, we also have been informed that that initiative will also help in reducing the cost of operating business. I think that sometimes people underestimate the cost of operating business when they go into business. And that is one of the areas that these monies will help to address. So, Madam President, we might want to ask, and that's a question I think our colleague senator would have raised, and that's a legitimate question. Who is going to benefit from this $3.7 million? Who? Well, may I just suggest the following will benefit. Single women, single mothers. We don't blame them for anything. We don't blame them. We don't say they have child with this one and that. We don't say that. What we do is that we empower them, Mr. President. This government empowers single mothers. We understand. I was raised almost most of my life by one. We understand that they are not always responsible for their circumstances. And that word was used earlier. They are not always. So this initiative will help to empower them, because some of them have to take care of themselves and their children. There's no support, and they rely on these. We have, and of course, as we know, they have to juggle between owning a business, taking care of their children, managing their time, doing their homework. You know, it could be really difficult for a single parent. So we understand that. Madam President, we also believe that this will help to reduce the unemployment problem that the opposition likes to remind us of, as if, you know, it only happened in one particular election cycle. Madam President, we do acknowledge that we have had a serious unemployment problem in this country. And these initiatives, they are two-pronged. When you assist a single mother or an existing business owner who wants to expand in establishing a business or expanding a business, you're doing two things. You are providing an environment for creating employment, because that person may hire someone. And in doing so, you are also providing an environment for someone to own a business, because not everybody wants to work for somebody. I am not a business expert, but I've always been a strong advocate of people believing that you should work for yourself. So you're doing two things. You're causing people to own businesses, and therefore they can grow their wealth, they can become successful, and in the process they're also contributing to creating jobs, and therefore reducing the unemployment problem, and helping the increasing economic activity in this country. Excuse me. Madam President, almost all of our various sectors are going to be benefiting, particularly the agriculture and manufacturing sector, because these are sectors that right now, with our current situation with food production, we have a situation in this country, Madam President, that is similar to many other countries. You have all kinds of forums being held because with the war in Ukraine and the severe procurement and the inability of countries to be able to get goods and services to be made available to their citizens, we have a serious challenge with food security. It is a major, major problem, and a country like ours that depends so heavily on importing food, we can cut the import bill if we can put some of this money into agriculture and manufacturing, where our people can produce more of what they eat. And they made fun of the Prime Minister when he said, let's eat more bananas, as if there was something wrong in telling St. Lucians and Maje fig, ripe or green, fig pie, ripe bananas, fig, all kind of, That is where the world is going. Everybody is telling their citizens, let us produce more of what we consume, and therefore reduce the import bill. And that also means that we are taking care of a serious food import situation and a serious problem with our food security. So I am very happy that the agriculture sector, the manufacturing sector will benefit. We have to look at value added. I mean, a lot of what we produce in this country, Madam President, we basically, those we export it as raw material. Can we add value? Can we take the product and do something with it? I don't want to select any one product. Do something with it, and by the time it's exported, we have increased the value. We have made it, there's a profit. We've done something with it, because when we export it in its raw state, the persons we export it to sell it back to us 5 times the price. So, Madam President, this is a very important area that I'm very happy to hear that some of these monies will be going into. It also will be going into ICT, and there's no doubt that in this technological age, we have to invest there. And there are bright young people who have developed quite good skills in producing apps and all kinds of other ICT skills that they need to be able to set up their own businesses. Madam President, cosmetology is another area that is growing. Right now, I must say, maybe the ladies are more into it than people are very conscious of fashion. They spend a lot of money to ensure that they look good. I don't do too much of that, Madam President. But I think, I don't want to be gender, I know in the Senate we have a gender balance, so I have to be, but I think we'll agree that most people, particularly women, they spend a lot and they are very willing to invest in making sure that they look the part. Their hair, their nails, and other cosmetology, other things that they do to enhance their appearance, and there's nothing wrong with that. And I believe in St. Lucia, we have the capacity with the skill level for our young people who are interested in cosmetology to be able to benefit from this. There's nothing wrong in, and not only for locals but also for visitors. There's nothing wrong in our visitors stopping by a certain area where 2 or 3 young persons have gone into a business and be able to do their braids and be introduced to some of our local, our local feel. Some people just want to come to your country and look like one of you. That can be done. They go to Jamaica and they put the locks. They want to look like Bob Marley. We might want them to look maybe like one of our top soca artists or something. So, Madam President, I think there is potential in ensuring that various sectors benefit from these funds. So let me just say a little bit, Madam President, about the allocation, the funding. The funding will be made available through the St. Lucia Development Bank, and it will be both in the form of loans and grants. Now, one of the things that we have encountered before in this country is that when poor people, or as we call them, lower income people, try to access finance from lending institutions, they generally face a lot of challenges. They want a little $10,000 to set up a barber shop or to build a little something to set up a booth. And they don't have land, and they have to go and find the deposit, or there's some kind of hindrance that prevents them from accessing the funds, even from some of our smaller financial institutions like credit unions. What this does, Madam President, and I'll give you a scenario. If there is someone desires to set up a small business or to expand their business, and they need $10,000, of the $10,000 that is in their budget, they can be allowed to access $7,000 of that via loan, but $3,000 via grant. So the grant contribution can then be used as security to access the loan. And I think that this is the kind of thinking that we need to be able to help people with less capacity access finance that would otherwise not be available to them. So this facility has both a grant and a loan component. So if you have no money, you can't get the loan, you have nothing, we're giving you $3,000. You want 10, you get in 3, and you can use the 3 towards security to access the other 7. And I think that this is giving people a chance, and who otherwise would have had to go and find somebody to guarantors and all kinds of things that create problems for them, and also diminishes their self-esteem. Can you imagine, Madam President, having to go beg somebody to sign for you to take a loan? They have to know all your business. They want to know what you're doing with the money. And I don't want to go too far with this, but some people may have to be compromise their integrity. They have been faced with that challenge when they need support to be able to access finance. That issue eliminates and helps to eliminate that problem. Madam President, now depending on the period of the operation of the business, the amounts can be higher. So we could start up with 10,000, but if, for example, you have an existing business and you want to expand, then if you have the capacity to access larger sums of 15, 20, 30, then you will be able to do so based on your capacity. But those who have nothing can still benefit. Madam President, we also believe that the technical support is necessary, because when you put money in the hands of people who have never owned a business, you have to try to make sure that when they start the business, it is sustainable and they can continue to maintain it. And these people will need a bit of coaching, hand-holding, as we may say, and support, so that they can keep the business alive, especially when they face challenges. Marketing skills, I know we have a senator here who's quite versed in that. People who may require some of the technical skills to be able to get a business to survive, because they have never run a business before. Some of them did not go to school to study business management, but that facility also helps not only in giving them money, but also providing them with the technical support they need to be able to operate a business. Madam President, I believe that a facility or an opportunity like this is something that is ideal for the times. And I want to commend the Honorable Minister for Finance, the Prime Minister, for bringing this initiative to the table at this time. Because we are now in a recovery mode. The economy needs a boost. We need to get people to work. We need to get small businesses to be viable. We can't just put money in people's pockets by telling them, come and receive a grant, come to my office, I'll give you money. We want people to be able to build their own capacity. And it is a very timely intervention that is also consistent with all the other social programs, all the other interventions, and the assistance that we have been providing, like the motion that was passed earlier this morning, and all the others that have been discussed before. This is another step in that direction. And I believe, Madam President, that any honest clear-thinking, fair, objective St. Lucian will see merit in supporting a motion that seeks to do what this motion is seeking to do. So I look forward to the support of all members of the Senate, including the opposition, for this motion. And I hope that the debate does not descend into what it did this morning, and that by the end of this discussion, we will have the full support of the entire Senate for a motion that is so well needed in this country. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $3,704,000 from the bank's Special Development Fund 10th Cycle Loan Facility to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector post-COVID-19. Be it further resolved that A, the loan is repayable in 88 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan or such later date as the bank specifies in writing. C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I stand to add my voice to this motion, this resolution rather, is presented here by the Leader of Government Business in an effort to lend support to small businesses in this country. It does bring back, Madam President, a lot of memories of my time in government and our administration's efforts to enable small businesses. Madam President, we took a very holistic approach to doing this. What we certainly did was we looked at the small business financing situation, and we recognized, Madam President, that financing SMEs have been a chronic fatigue on the economic fabric of this country. And so we sought to look at what are those major challenges that small businesses were having in helping to develop themselves. And a lot of what the Leader of Government Business proposed, you will see that there were policies that were laid, implemented. In some cases, legislation was passed here in the House of Assembly, and some of these, it's good to see that the government is continuing on some of those programs. But, Madam President, we looked at infrastructure, and we realized that a lot of small businesses needed assistance in infrastructure. We looked at tax incentives in a sector that I know very well, tourism. There was a 6-room requirement, that if you had 6 rooms or more, it is only then that you qualify as a hotel for tourism incentives. And so what we did is we laid the policy groundwork to ensure that under previously named Village Tourism Act, which then morphed into the Community Tourism Act, we laid in there that regardless of what the size of the tourism enterprise, that you will qualify for concessions whether you are having 6 rooms or not. Financing, as is the objective of this resolution here today, is another big issue that we looked at. And I will go very quickly and tell you a little later what we have done in these areas. Ready and available market. Because having done all of this, Madam President, having sorted out the infrastructure, having given the incentives, having provided the financing, you then need to ensure that the business environment is good for small businesses to thrive. And in everything that I've heard from this government coming into its regime, I have not heard a plan, and I'm re-emphasizing again, there's no economic plan. And if you don't come up with a very credible economic plan to arrest the economic challenges that we're facing, no doubt we looked at this juxtaposed versus how much people are earning. This needs to be looked at juxtaposed how small businesses and how this will affect small businesses within the scheme of things. You know, Madam President, the truth is that development banks, governments have sort of curtailed their hands in that development banks, they have a very limited financing stream, and they mostly get their monies from the international donor agencies and international financial agencies as well. These agencies come with their preconditions, and so therefore development banks are limited as to how they can lend monies to small businesses in St. Lucia. So that in itself provides a significant challenge to so many small businesses in our country. Madam President, I want to now share with you some of the efforts of our administration in helping to curb this challenge. I remember I was very, very proud as Minister for Tourism. It was in the middle of the pandemic. We had a signing ceremony. We signed an agreement with the CARICOM Development Fund for unloaning some $10 million to go into the St. Lucia Development Bank. And this was going to go towards funding small and medium-sized tourism businesses under the originally conceived Village Tourism Project, which has now become the Community Tourism Project. And I realized that out of this fund, monies are now being able to be made to small businesses in grants and in contributions and in loans as well. I think the loan cap is somewhere about $300,000 under that specific program, under the now conceived Community Tourism Project. But it started as way back as then, where we had a very strong partnership with the CARICOM Development Fund in making some $10 million available for tourism SMEs. My colleague Bradley Felix, who is a member of the Lower House and MP for Chazelle, also took similar steps to ensure that small businesses outside of the tourism sector was going to benefit from the lending framework of his ministry, and the government made available then some 10 million EC dollars to be placed towards the lending of the Ministry of Commerce. But they didn't just do that. They went and they revolutionized the incentive regime. For the first time, they expanded the fiscal incentive regime in that they then allowed for ICT businesses, for professional services, for entertainment and health and wellness. And you know, it's quite familiar hearing the members speak about you know, people in that beauty sector, which really covers health and wellness, because as way back as while I sat in the cabinet, our government was thinking of this initiative to ensure that we create the best enabling environment for small businesses all across this country. So spas and hair technicians and nail technicians and, you know, people within the entertainment sector from time to time would need to buy equipment, bringing it in from overseas. Their issue is that here they were very much part of the tourism sector, in that most of their clients were hotels and restaurants, but yet they weren't benefiting from the incentives of other of that whole tourism sector. So what we did was we thought that we needed to expand the fiscal incentive regime so that the entertainers can benefit as well. Musicians and artisans, when they're bringing in equipment for studios, that they had the best opportunity to benefit. And people in the professional services, you know, we know them very, very well. In addition to that incentive regime of creating the best enabling environment, we did so lay the policy groundwork. And I want to re-emphasize, and hear me very carefully, Madam President, I said we laid the policy foundation, and in our draft village tourism bill, we had instituted for a more expansive incentive regime for the Airbnb sector. They're now about, the last time we did a survey, this was way back while I was minister, so my figures, forgive me in advance, they might be outdated, but we then counted some 2,700 Airbnbs of St. Lucian families who are now within the tourism sector. Now, what existed then is that these small Airbnbs were languishing everywhere without any proper support. And out of that, our government conceived the village tourism program to help these small Airbnbs, to allow them to get the same concessions as large hotels did as well. So for the first time in the history of incentivizing tourism services in this country, or tourism accommodation, our government provided a draft bill, which my colleague would have found very safely when the government changed and came to the Ministry of Tourism. And that village tourism bill was there, and it laid the framework for this administration to then restructure and call it community tourism. But so very, very familiar, some of the services and the efforts that we were going to have. Under the OECS Regional Competitive Tourism Project, this is one of my favorites, Madam President, some 200 vendors were trained. And what we thought is that the plight of vendors who are small business persons in their own right was that we have the cruise ships coming into the port. That's while we were there. They came even during the summer months. I was very disappointed to see how small businesses suffered, where we had the worst cruise season, the worst summer for the cruise, the worst summer, where seldom did we see cruise ships coming into the harbor. And you know, this was made very palpably clear by members of the public, because even though the cruise ship season traditionally went from November to April, we had two cruise ships that were coming year-round. One was from Royal Caribbean. On a Wednesday it came, and on a Thursday we had the Carnival Fascination that came every single Thursday. And what it did is that in this low period, it did provide a buffer and a support system for small businesses, for vendors, for taxi drivers, for people who are beach vendors on various beaches on the island under the NCA licensing arrangement. These small businesses were all profiting. But more than that, Madam President, the 200 vendors which were trained under the RCTP, what was happening even in the best of times, because of sales techniques, because of merchandising issues, because of issues pertaining to quality and diversity of product offerings, what we did see was that the amount of revenue which could have been yielded in such a prime piece of real estate was often undermined because of those challenges. And so the OECS Tourism Competitive Project, which really would have found its genesis when I sat on the board at SLHTA, the World Bank consultants came and interviewed all stakeholders, including the private sector. And then I remember I was a board member on the SLHTA in the private sector wearing a different hat, and then came into government in 2016, and we implemented that project to ensure that some of the encumbrances which really did provide or prove to be an impediment for small businesses to thrive within the city center and other tourism areas, that we had to address this project. And I want to say to you that the implementation rate of this project was phenomenal. I realize now that this government is continuing with our conceived idea to build the box plant, which is next to the Castries Vendors Market. And I mentioned this project because, Madam President, it's absolutely crucial because I mentioned infrastructure as very important to small businesses for them to thrive. It is very easy to give a small operator of a restaurant or a mini hotel a turnkey operation rather than having that person to go to borrow the full gamut of the funding from a development bank. I just want to say to the minister that we had a very comprehensive program, and the Box Park, when open, is going to be a phenomenal facility that will certainly improve the location of the vendors market next to Massey across the road, and many small businesses are going to benefit from that project. And I was very, very happy with the little contributions that I would have made there. Madam President, on the infrastructure for small businesses, to give them that support, which creates a strong nexus between financing, which is what the resolution is about. In ancillary, I was very proud, Madam Speaker. I was then the MP and Minister, and we looked at 3 communities. One was Soufrière, one was ancillary, and the other was Grizzly. And very advanced. You go to the ancillary waterfront now, you'll see a restaurant which is designed to tap into the yachting business, and I'm hoping that this government will continue the designs to increase the jetty and to put the moorings so that the yachts can come in and to partake in an upgraded ancillary waterfront. I noticed recently with great fanfare on social media that they opened up the fish fry building, and I'm very happy that the vendors finally, because this building was completed a long time ago, and what was missing was the electricity. But it took this government a year and a half, Madam President, just to put the wire. It's basically a shed. Those of us who know the ancillary fish fry very well, took them a whole year and a half to get that done. The financing was there and everything, and it is only when the people of ancillary took to social media, and I'm not saying this is why you did it, but it certainly coincided with a lot of social media outbursts as to why this facility is not being opened. But also very critical, Madam President, was the ancillary hotel. And this really is a very important project. And I say this because if we want to get individuals into tourism, this is a stellar example of how government capital going into the right places. We didn't create an agency to just to build a hotel. We went through the Ministry of Tourism, as is now, implemented that project. So it shows what the public service can do when we ensure that we harness the best talents within the civil service. Now, what happened here is revolutionary, because never in the history had we seen this before. You go to a village that relied on fishing for its economy and its economic advancement, and in that village we saw so much potential. There's a beautiful bay, they're warm, amazing people, and there's just this incredible waterfront. But under successive SLP administration, this whole idea, this whole vision of what ancillary can be was totally neglected. And I'm very happy, Madam President, that while we served, that we were able to provide this facility. It's a 10-room facility. It's got to be over 90% completed. Everything is there. I'm not sure why this government is taking so long to open it. But the point is this. is that when you provide infrastructure that can then be leveraged into a business straight away, what you do is you create the most enabling environment for small businesses to thrive. And that's the point I'm making. So we didn't just create financing. We created financing. We created the policy groundwork for a more enabling legislative and incentive regime for small businesses. And then we give infrastructure as well. That is the commitment of the Alan Shastney-led administration that we had to tourism and small business development in this country. And so I make the point because what I'm trying to compare, Madam President, is that in addition to all of this, you also have to, in whatever sector, create the best enabling environment, which is why that we paid particular attention to make sure that all of the marketing potential of the tourism agency, which is the Tourism Authority back then, was to ensure that we market this destination and maximize the opportunities so that our marketing and visitors of the country can learn about the wonders of St. Lucia, so that this can not only benefit large hotels, but benefit small business people as well, so that taxi drivers can have more trips, so that farmers can sell more, so that fishers can sell more, so that all the small businesses that we are here today to fight for, that they can benefit from a bigger economic master plan. And that's what I've been calling for, is that there is no economic master plan from this administration, and they believe that small little things are going to bend. Now he's going to get up and say, I have a problem with small things, and totally missing the point. But Madam President, what I'm trying to establish is that the social situation in this country, and this morning I told you, the unemployment rate is close to 22%. The youth unemployment rate is close to 40%, at 37%. No, I read it for you this morning. It's all here. Okay? Right? And then now, you have a credit problem. And then the information from the Minister of Social Equity in the 2016 survey of living conditions, 25% of our population is below the poverty line. And then you have a significant sum of that population on the brink of poverty. So you cannot come with little things, a kakada here, a kakada there, and then that's how you're going to transform the situation. You got to come with big ideas, inspire our people with big dreams, make them be the best version of themselves. And this is what this SLP administration lacks. You are committed to, like, well, that's what we're going to do, boy. Yeah, $5 can block a hole. That is your kind of economic policy. And I fundamentally disagree with that. And as long as I live, I will always be a staunch advocate against any politician that give people false hope, that create programs that are clearly not going to work. And that is what you continuously do on that side. You create these programs. Look, they talk about the Heritage Tourism Program. When I became, and it did help a lot of small businesses, right? A lot of small businesses in creating programs for them to go to. When I got into the Ministry of Tourism, the program was bankrupt. It's a good idea, but you have to execute it well. And that's what we're saying to you. When you're going to take the youth economy and you're trying to make a transformation in the number of young people you can get into businesses, it's a mistake to bypass the Belgrade Fund, the James Belgrade Fund, to help small businesses. It's a mistake to bypass the Small Enterprise Development Unit. It's a mistake to bypass the St. Lucia Development Bank. You have all of these institutions, but you can barely afford to spend $10 million a year, but yet you have to create another agency to spend $5 million in administration. That is a failed policy, and that will not help the young people of this country. At best, you will only succeed in being able to say, we did something for the youth. But we want the youth to succeed. The young people coming up now are bright, prosperous. They are entrepreneurs of the highest kind. These kinds of small stuff that you're coming with is unimaginative, and this boutique mentality must change if we're going to change this country. So I'm sorry, guys. I mean, I'm very sorry. I cannot support your approach to helping small businesses. I love the idea of ensuring that we think of small businesses, that we make proposals and bring policies to help them, but we got to execute them well. And there are other things that we must do that will complement what we're trying to do. So, which is why in Soufriere, that when we were looking at village tourism and getting more people from the community, small business people to get involved, that we created the bus terminal and the Soufriere market, so that it created an opportunity and infrastructure for small business people of Soufriere. That's why, for example, we ensured that we did things like the square, so that people that are staying in the hotels and nestled in a lot of the beautiful enclaves of Soufriere, that they can now find the town center more attractive and come and partake as to what's happening. It has all been done. That's why Soufriere now in St. Lucia, they have the most beautiful town square conceived by the United Workers' Party administration. There's no escaping from that, right? So when we looked at the design of the Soufriere town square, we stopped the square because I see that my Senator, Madam President, is very puzzled. Let me give the story. The square was attempted to be built by the St. Lucia Labour Party administration. When we came in, we thought that the designs were wrong, completely wrong. And we stopped the square for a whole year. But the MP of Soufriere at the time was very, very courageous. He stuck to his guns and realized that by blocking off the church, which is a beautiful building in the background of the square, that was a mistake in the design. It was a design flaw. And so what we did was remove all of the walls that this administration at the time had proposed, and we had to redesign the whole Soufriere Square. This is the absolute fact, and which is why, if my colleague Senator was here, he would tell you that it was a beautiful square delivered by a United Workers' Party government. It was small businesses that we had in mind. The Hummingbird Beach project, the previous UWP administration under Stevenson King, right, conceived that project. The Labour Party between 2011 and 2016 stopped the project. It was a project abandoned for 5 years. But the people of Soufriere ought not to forget. That's why in 2016, we delivered to them a beautiful Hummingbird Beach facility. Today, there are so many small businesses in St. Lucia on one of St. Lucia's most scenic and fantastic beaches. That is what I talk about when I refer to making sure that we have the best enabling environment, infrastructure, tax incentives, financing, but most importantly is to ensure that the overall economy is doing well. When we conceived the designs for the Canaries market, which the Ministry of Tourism under this administration has said very early on in the budget that they will continue, they'll make some tweaks, and will continue the restaurant project as part of a beach redevelopment project in Canaries, that they will continue those projects because those are good projects. Those are projects that will unleash the full potential of communities. And that's why we did them, because we believe in these communities. We believe that if we put the infrastructure, that small businesses can thrive in Canaries, that small businesses can get a lot of the tourism pass-through that's coming from the hotel cluster in the north, and also the cruise port in Castries, that people will have a reason to not just pass through, but say that Ancillary, say that Canaries, and other communities along the way are my intended destination. And so that work is what we were trying to do. And so that's what we're talking about. That enabling environment to make sure that everyone can get the support that they need. Now, we're borrowing some 24 million today over 2 resolutions. 24 million. Now, I must re-emphasize that this debunks, that this refutes plainly the SLP's traditional aversion to borrowing. It was a mistake. The reckless statements which this administration made in the House and in other places, those statements were reckless. We were borrowing in the worst of times. And now we have recovered this economy, and we have given you an economy that really is poised to take off from COVID. And this is what you do. You can't even bring back the tourism sector to where the 2019 levels were, right? When we look at the overall picture, you are just about 80% back in the stay over arrivals. Your own report in the August SLT statistics show that. If I put the cruise numbers together as a calendar year, then you are not even anywhere close to 50% of where we should be at that time. And so this is the thing. Small businesses depend on that overall economic master plan, which is so missing in everything that we have seen coming through this administration since they have assumed the helm. I want to re-emphasize, and I'll say it again, it is your proposed plan to borrow 505 million in this financial year. It is your proposal. It is in your budget. Now that I have the document, let's not play games. Level with the people of St. Lucia.
Senator Fede, let's not go there. Senator Fede, please.
But we're talking about borrowing, ma'am.
We had this issue this morning. I ruled on it. You decided not to withdraw. I'm saying let us not go there. Shall you please proceed, Senator Fede?
But Madam President, with all due respect, you also promised to get the senators to apologize.
There is no but, Senator Fede. I've asked you to move on.
Very well, Madam President. And so, statements that we have borrowed $1 billion in any financial year is wrong. That's a different point. Absolutely wrong. The social economic review doesn't suggest that. The summary that I've given to you from the estimates of revenues and expenditure showing the projected outturns of recent years does not support that. So please stop saying that. But what is true about borrowing 24 million EC dollars today is that you have to borrow. Every small island developing state in the aftermath of an economic crisis brought about by one of the worst health pandemics that the world has seen, must borrow. Even the developing countries. We just saw the debate in the UK, where we saw that Liz Truss, the former Prime Minister of the UK, lost her job because she was proposing tax cuts that were unpaid for. And she was proposing to borrow her way out of that, the 5th largest economy in the world, right? An economy, a GDP of 2.6 billion. Little St. Lucia, you guys are going to take and assume reckless positions that you're not going to borrow, honorable senators. And so now, you see, again, we continue to mislead the people.
Senator, you have 15 minutes left.
Thank you, Senator. On so many issues, right? We come with bills, with big statements, with little impact. Big statements, big press releases, okay? We are doing this for the small business, the youth economy. What? This was such a central part of your budget, of your campaign, okay? Where are we now? Give us a progress update. How far are we? I know it's been 16 months, but I tell you what, Rome is burning, my friend. the 37% of young people that I've just quoted that are unemployed, they don't have another day. They don't have the time for the bureaucracy. They don't have the time for your fancy excuses. They need you to deliver as you have promised. Look, look, today we realize that this resolution is going to be going to a number of vulnerable groups, a number of people who are displaced for many reasons, whether it's unemployment, whether it's a number of other groups, and that must be commended. I'm a very fair man. But you also promised to those people, you told them, these are not my words, you said it on the market steps. Your government, your political party said it, that when you are going to come into government, that you're going to give everybody 1.5. That 500 was not enough. A lot of small businesses need you to deliver now. Small businesses need you. And that 1.5, you're laughing, but you see, a vendor that has just gone through the cruise ship season that we have, right? The summer season, where the cruise ships were very seldom in coming to Port Castries. A guy who's a taxi driver, the guy who's selling coconuts by the wayside, the guy who runs a little kayak business, the guy who has a little boat motoring people in a water ferry. When his business goes down, he needs you to deliver on your 1,500 promise in income support. That is absolutely crucial. Now, the difference is that in the middle of the pandemic, when revenues went down, okay, when any government would have been hard-pressed to do it, that we delivered income support to 11,000 people who were registered with NIC. 11,000. Then we went to the donor agencies and we mobilized another few millions, and we touched 6,000 unregistered people. It's in the Ministry of Tourism that administered the program. The parliamentary secretary should know about it very well. And so from that program, even so that I was told that there was an investigation being done on the program, and I would like to hear what are the findings of that investigation, because you see, right, we executed a program where 17,000 people in their totality benefited from our efforts during COVID. And that is a fact. We also had the care packages, which my colleague mentioned. And these care packages were administered through NEMO. And while we were out there mobilizing and creating the best enabling environment for people, private donors from overseas and locally who wanted to make donations via the telethon, we were being laughed at. The leader of the opposition said he's not attending because he wasn't invited to the telethon. And people had to say, you don't have to be invited, just call the telethon and make a contribution. And you know what? We raised $3 billion. And those $3 billion went to help the vulnerable, the poor, and those individuals that were struggling, the disabled that are mentioned here today, so that they can enjoy the support of our exercise. Another, I didn't hear much about fishermen today. Didn't hear much about that small business center. And so I know fishermen very well. I have plenty friends that are fishermen, right? And I know their plight. And one of the promises that you promised them is that you will remove the excise tax on the gas. Where is the excise tax for the fishermen? It's been what? How many months has it been? We are now in November of your following year. It's been a year plus what? July and November, that's 7 plus 16 months. And you haven't delivered to the small business people, the fishermen. Let down. I haven't heard any mention today about the farmers. They are small business people. They are struggling. They need an economic master plan, Madam President. They need support more than ever. They need that impetus. They need that injection. They need a shot in the arm. The minister said that they are now sending bananas to Trinidad, and I'm delighted to hear. I only hope that this arrangement is as sustainable, is as sustainable as bananas that were going to the UK for many, many decades under successive administrations. And so we must come here and advocate and make sure that we give voice to the people who are not able to come here themselves, to say to this government that we are not happy with what you are doing. And this is simple what we're saying to you, that as far as small businesses are concerned, as noble as this resolution is, as noble as it is, I give you credit for that, but it is not enough, Senator. It is absolutely not enough.
Please address the chair. Please address the chair. You're not talking to senators, you're talking to the chair. Please address the chair.
Yes, Madam President. Absolutely. So now, Madam President, we must ensure that our intervention is adequate. And you know why I'm asking this administration to do more? Because the revenues, again, and the summary page, thank God I have it this time, the summary page of the estimates of revenue and expenditure does reflect that there is a remarkable recovery in the revenues of this country. It's there, plain for them to see. And so, while the revenue went down, came from about 880 million in budget 2020-21, and then, Madam President, it went to just about $1 billion. Okay? And that $1 billion, Madam President, represents a turnaround in the fortunes, bringing back the revenue almost to pre-COVID levels. Right? And so this government is better placed based on the work that we had done in the previous administration. We gave them a very strong foundation of bringing back the revenue of this country. The numbers are there, Madam President. It's there in the estimates of revenues and expenditure 2022-2023. We have the latest copy thanks to the library downstairs. And so now there's no confusing of documents or no games being played, right? So the revenue has come back. And so you can't blame COVID anymore. You have to step up and do more for the people. You need to stop saying that you're unable to give more to small businesses, because you can do more. And the opposition is asking you to do more. And so, Madam President, I'm disappointed. I close on this note. I'm disappointed that government comes again, and I will use the phrase, with another drop in the bucket, with another piece of makeup, with another lipstick for the small business sector. This is certainly not enough money. They can do more. They can do more. And so that's what our argument is today. You can do more. I thank you, Madam President, for your indulgence. And I thank you for the latitude which you have allowed me. And I certainly will stop here and conclude. Thank you.
Senator Toussaint Chalery.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me, as my colleagues before me this morning, let me join them in congratulating you in your ascension to the President of the Senate. I trust that as you have contributed very meaningfully whilst you sat right here next to us around the table, that you will carry out your duty with the same level of professionalism as you guide us through our deliberations. Madam President, allow me a bit of leave as I recognize that we had recognized international recognitions over the last few days on the 19th of November, International Men's Day. And I think it's always fitting as a country when we celebrate or pay recognition to these international days of recognition that they bring focus to these specific groupings. And you know, we know that there are a lot of issues sometimes that come out in terms of our males and their role in society. And so I want to encourage the men in this chamber, and certainly the men all around St. Lucia, to continue to play their part in the families, in the households, in the communities all around our island, to ensure that certainly St. Lucia becomes a better place. I also recognize that on the 20th we celebrated Children's Day, and UNICEF had a call for governments to invest in skills development and equal access to opportunities for our children. And certainly I think this theme, this broad theme, and this call of unity, this call for action from UNICEF was very fitting, as we see in present-day St. Lucia, a government which continues to spend no effort to ensure that our children, especially the children of the poor, the vulnerable, and the displaced, receive the same level of due care, the same level of resources, and they are on par with the children of the families who can actually provide for them. And last but not least, Madam President, on the 21st of November, there was the international recognition of World Fisheries Day. And as the International Year of Artisanal Fishers and Aquaculture champion for St. Lucia, it was a day of a lot of reflection for us within the sector, and a call for our people to continue to purchase local fish from our fishermen to ensure that they continue to contribute to the economy. And the highlight was also on the importance of sustainable fisheries, the call to meet conservation standards and to be environmentally conscious in our practices, especially in areas such as garbage disposal. And the call was not just for persons within the sector, but for everybody, because we know whatever we do on land ends up inevitably in the sea. And so we continue to encourage our fishermen and our consumers and the communities and country as a whole to ensure that the practices that we partake in does not negatively impact the resource base that we have in our small developing country. Madam President, I now focus my attention on the motion before us. A motion to borrow for the support for micro, small, and the medium enterprise sector. The International Trade Center, in an article promoting SME competitiveness in St. Lucia, and it was a joint consultation between the government of St. Lucia and TIPA, states that SMEs are the key to inclusive growth, and that Caribbean SMEs account for 70% of GDP and half of employment. SMEs span a wide range of industries: tourism, agriculture and fisheries, food and beverage, cosmetology, manufacturing, creative industries, and the list is exhaustive. And so we understand the importance of such a piece of legislation, giving some level of support and some level of backbone to SMEs, Madam President. As part of the 2018 International Trade Center-led St. Lucia National Export Strategy, it cited that one of the reasons for the lack of the growth of the SMEs is lack of institutional financing for small and micro enterprise businesses. And I know it has been touted out there over and over again that there are institutions whose mandates currently are to give that level of support to small and micro enterprise businesses. But we too also understand that a lot of the issues that have been brought out and a lot of the issues that persons who attempt to access these services have indicated is that it is cumbersome, the requirements are many, it is inconvenient, and a lot of other things. Now, I'm not saying that these entities do not have a place in our economy and in a place in our society. And I do believe as well that the government has a responsibility to look at these entities, and governments have had that responsibility over time, to look at these entities and determine what the real issue is, get down to the bottom of what the issue is, and attempt to create changes that will create a more conducive environment so that small and micro enterprises can access the services. But in the meantime, Madam President, there must be a level of intervention and understanding the impact of COVID-19 that I don't necessarily need to rehash, because we know what they are and they've been spoken about extensively here throughout the day. There is need for the government now to step in and make whatever changes and give whatever support is required to ensure that we do not see a crash or a breakdown of that sector. Traditionally, small and micro enterprises attempt to access, for example, banks. But the study from the International Trade Center indicated that when it comes to the banks, the banks have low risk appetite. There is a great reliance on collateral. There is a weak risk assessment capacity amongst a lot of other issues. And so again, they do not create an enabling environment for small and micro enterprise businesses to go in and access these services. And the last time that this Honorable Senate met, we debated a piece of legislation whereby these very small businesses, and whilst the member on the other side say that, you know, you do a piece and you don't do the rest and it's missing this, but he sat right across the room and he debated the piece of legislation that was before us at the last sitting, where a facility was put in place whereby these very small and micro enterprise businesses can now use their stock, their inventory, their little machines that they're using to sew, their refrigerator, the things that they have at their disposal, not necessarily land and cash, as collateral, so that they can now, immovable assets, so that they can now get some of the funding and so on, that they need access to the things that they need to grow their businesses. So again, I remember the leader of government business indicating that the things are not done in isolation. And so here, just about a month ago, that bill was debated right here, and now this additional avenue for small and micro enterprises to get that level of support that they need, so that they can stand up on their own and make more meaningful contribution to the economy. Again, like I indicated, the access to finance ranked as one of the biggest obstacles that SMEs indicated were preventing them from growing. And of course, a governmental policy in response to this strategy is to increase loan guarantees and make requisite arrangements, especially from since post the 2007-2008 crisis. And again, we saw what happened with the COVID period, and it's a similar, despite the fact that they were different types of crises, but the effects on the economy and the effects on people were quite similar. And so, coming out of that period, you saw things like increased government export guarantees in places like Canada and New Zealand. You saw tax exemption increases in places like France and Spain, and so on. And in St. Lucia, some of our own, the improvements, and we have debated that as well here, an improvement to the Agricultural and Fisheries Incentives Act. And so there are things that the government has put in place. And I always use the analogy of a plate that we speak of, we teach our children, and the nutritionists tell you about a balanced diet. And when you look at the plate, you see different colors and different portions on it. And this is what this government is creating, adding the pieces that will create the balanced meal. Madam President, the other indicators were things like getting electricity, construction permits, and these things were regarded basically in place, like I indicated, and what was ranked low was the access to finance. And so the importance for governments to intervene and ease some of the burdens is exactly what is being proposed here today. And again, it is keeping with the mantra of putting people first. And so, as I stand here, it is in support of this bill because I know the benefits that it will redound to, that SMEs, especially in the small rural communities, the access and convenience that it gives to communities, job creation, enhancement of the communities and the lives of the person who revolves around these small businesses, Madam President. And so we understand why this is of importance. Madam President, I sat across the table and I listened to the member opposite in his approach to breaking apart the motion before us. And some things jumped at me. One of them is that he was very pronounced in saying that the government has no economic plan. And so I wonder, perhaps maybe I should have asked for a definition of what is an economic plan. Because if we go back and the over a year and the 16 months have been used so often, so if I can borrow from it as well, that over the course of these 16 months and over the course of this over a year, we've seen the things that the government have done. And I do not understand why we cannot accept that they are economic measures. If they're not economic measures, Madam President, ki sa yo ye? Si yo pa ka ende ekonomiya, si yo pa ka ende moun ekonomiya, ki sa yo ye? What other words can be used to define them? And so I chuckled a bit because I remember so often, Madam President, you using the analogy of perhaps using the teacher's thing of a naughty corner and so on. And so the teacher in me as well kicked up. And I try to figure out if these are not economic policies, then what are they really? A government, and we continue to hear them say that the government has done nothing. The government has done nothing to assist persons during this economic downfall. But we know, Madam President, that this government has continued to subsidize, for example, cooking gas. But before, and the list can go on. But before I continue, Madam President, I understand, and the sad thing is that the opposition has made a lot of attempts to prey on what they assume to be the lack of understanding of St. Lucians. But like they've rightly said, and we too agree, St. Lucians have access to the information. And so, like I heard say previously in one of the previous debates, you can fool some of the people some of the time, but not all of the people all the time. And the opposition, the leader of opposition business indicated a while ago that we have young and intelligent St. Lucians, and I agree, it's a fact. These very young and intelligent St. Lucians, you think they cannot do the maths? You think they cannot do the maths and realize that this government continues to subsidize cooking gas? They know the information is there. You think these young St. Lucians who went to write CXC, you think they are not aware that the government of the day paid for their CXC maths and English? You think they are not aware? They are aware, Madam President, because they read. You think that my 8-year-old daughter, Madam President, when I took her to school on the first day of this year, and I put $2.50 in my hand, and it was $2.50 for two children. My daughter attends the Vigier Primary School, and my goddaughter attends the Vigier Primary School. And so very so often, I contribute to things at the school. And I walked into the school with $2.50 in my hand, and my daughter asked, what's that for? And I set it aside, $1.25 on each side, and I told her, that's the fee that I'm paying today for you and my goddaughter. Madam President, my 8-year-old daughter knows it. She knows it. So you think the other school children and the parents don't know that this government has paid facilities fee for them, and you tell me that this government has done nothing to cushion the economic downfall? Madam President, there has been subsidization of flour to bakers, and maybe some of us cannot understand and some of us cannot relate. Mais Madame President, moi pas trop gros, moi c'est maman avazier, but moi aller l'école en les betawa, moi aller l'école en les fig ek la poi, ek lebef. And so the average St. Lucian in an average household, nous comprend ça y est pour ni en livre fa win France. Et pour saper tout fa win France ça là et quitter monter en tita. Et ou ni bec pour bay maman la dité et là yo saute l'école ou ni bec pour bay yo dîner. We understand how a pound of flour can stretch, and so we are appreciative. The average St. Lucians, we are appreciative of the fact that this government of St. Lucia has continued to subsidize flour for the bakers so as to avert an inevitable increase in the price of bread, because bread is a staple for many of our households. Madam President, a promised pay increase to public servants. So Madam President said public servants la pa ka liye koui. Yo pa wè comme mois passé la te nati extra kaka dans les l'argent les vina bank la yo pa sav ça. So ou kwe yo pa ka ap kopon gouvernement ça la jamais te baray en place pour ba yo ti soulagement. We understand Miss Madam President, and so I think it is fully that the opposition continues to brand this and continue to say that this government has done nothing to cushion the economic downfall. It is false, and they should not attempt to fool St. Lucians, because we are intelligent, like he indicated a while ago, the member opposite indicated. We can read, we can write, and we can understand.
Point of order. What is your point of order, Senator Williams?
It is to clarify what the senator has said.
Is it a point of elucidation or point of order?
Okay, elucidation.
In that case, Senator, will you yield?
I don't wish to yield, Madam President. I don't think there is anything to correct here. It has been said over and over. It has been said in this honorable house. It has been said on the streets. It has been said in the press conferences. It has been said on Facebook. It has been said everywhere, and they continue to say it because they think that if they say it hard enough.
Madam President, I'm standing on a point of order, and that is.
Could you wait? I need to ask you, what is your point of order?
My point of order is that is 37-2. Just to make sure. I'm not sure which one you have because there are several copies. Sorry about that one. No. Sorry, 37-1. The relevance of the point being made by the senator. Statements that have been made outside, on the streets, at conferences, and whatever, you are making reference, the senator is making reference to statements that have been made outside of Parliament, outside of what has been said today, and we have not said, neither myself or my colleague have indicated that this government has done nothing to cushion the blow. And I think this is misleading. What comes outside?
Senator, you're addressing the chair.
Thank you.
You may proceed, Senator Williams.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, all of what I just said, there were actually notations taken whilst the member opposite was making his presentation. I jotted down what he said, that there is no economic plan, that there is no big idea. He said that the government is operating on a Tibutic mentality. This is what the member opposite said, and I am simply responding to what he said. Sure. So I find it very strange that his colleague did not stand on a point of order then, because the standing order does not say that you cannot stand on a point in order if the person is seated on the same side of the table with you. So I find it very funny that she did not stand on a point of order then, and now that I'm responding, she's standing on a point of order. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the member opposite also spoke about village tourism and community tourism, and tell me if I'm wrong when I say that he said it. Now I noticed that at some point, after I had made my note, I noted that on some point he seemed to have caught himself. He checked himself because he kept starting the tourism issue on village tourism that was conceptualized under him as the then Minister of Tourism, that the Labour Party changed to community tourism. But I know my history had sent me a little further to 1998 under Kenny and Kenny administration, Madam President, where heritage tourism was born. But I realized at some point he did go back and he did indicate that when he came in, that heritage tourism existed. And so when he speaks of the Labour Party or not having, the fortitude or the ideas to do these things, that's where it started. The idea of bringing tourism to the communities, the idea of empowering people within small communities to be able to get a piece of the tourism dollar. It started under a Labour Party administration. And so even before the mantra was coined of putting people first, the St. Lucia Labour Party administration has always been and continues to be a government that puts people first. And the members spoke about big ideas, and of course there are big ideas. There are a lot of renderings. I saw renderings of 31 islands right next to me in Beaufort. Man, I long to see me driving down Sandy Beach on my way to work on a regular day and trying to spot the islands amongst the haze, but for 6 years they were just that, renderings. We were given renderings of causeway building to join Beaufort to Maria Island. Big ideas, Madam President, but big ideas to where? Big ideas to where? So I do not have an issue with big ideas because I teach my children to think big, but there is big and there is practical. There is big and there is practical, Madam President. And so we have to draw the line between these two things, Madam President. Madam President, the member in his attempt to describe big picture spoke about the beautiful town square in the community of Soufrière. Madam President, I perhaps don't traverse that route too often. But without doing that, I also know there is a town square in Beaufort. And I work at the end of Clark Street, and the town square is on Clark Street. So I pass the town square at least twice or more for the day. But the reality is that the town squares, and there is Serenity Park, and I'm pretty sure those who traverse that way can tell you that the reality is that town squares have not become a place where people what they use for things that really add value to our existence. The Beaufort Square is normally empty, especially now. The Beaufort Square is empty. It used to be empty when it was not so beautiful. It's the same thing. When there are particular activities, people converge, but on a regular basis, are there programs that will bring them there? So alone, it cannot contribute to what the member was speaking to. And so, like I said, there are big ideas. Lani grand plan. Lani plan. Ekashai grand plan. C'est plan. Bravado plans. A lot of them are bravado plans. Okay? No, well, I know I have to couch the language in such a way that Madam President does not ask me to take my seat. But we have to draw the line between these things. We have to not just come up with big ideas, but we have to come up with practical, workable things. And I'm pretty sure many of us have taken some sort of business class, and we learn to plan smart. We learn to plan smart, and practicality, achievability are some of the things that we learn to do, not simply drawing down big ideas that look good on paper. But the average St. Lucian cannot relate to it. They will not, it does not advantage them. It does not add value to their everyday life. It does not cause a difference in their economic standings, Madam President, and we have to be careful with these things. And Madam President, as I continue, like I indicated prior, I do not necessarily subscribe to the creation of more entities, but I believe that the government must as well find a way to go into these entities. And I think I can stand up here and speak to the fact that I am confident that the now Minister of Commerce, in the person of Honorable Emma Hippolyte, and some of the work has started, that I know for a fact that she will go into these entities like the SLDBs and the Bell funds and so on, and find out what the underlying issues are in these entities and make attempts to fix them. I know that some of it has been done. She has come to the cooperative sector. I work in the cooperative sector, and we have had fruitful discussions with the Minister of Commerce on how we can fix the productive and service cooperative sector to make it more friendly, to make it more profitable, to make it more dazzling, to make it more inviting to persons who are members.
Applications that you could use on your phones and different things like that. I recalled my days in the Ministry of Commerce where a young man came really looking desperate and saying all he wanted was a little hot dog stand for him to send hot dogs by the then Ministry of Education there by the square. And at the time the hot dog stand was about $2,000, but he could not afford to get that money from the bank. And so avenues like this, what is presented here, will assist that young man in getting the little hot dog stand, in buying a popcorn machine, in getting a deep fryer, in buying a sewing machine for some of our seamstresses and designers. These days you're not even hearing, you're not even seeing seamstress anymore. I am seeing the CMOS industry really blowing off. And so some of these indigenous and cottage productions can get assistance through this instrument, through this mechanism. We can also look at areas, I'm telling you, Madam President, I'm always blown away when I go to Rosalie and buy a piece of fish or lobby, and they put that suskai on top of this. And I always wonder, can I get a bottle of this for me to take up to my daughter when I'm going to New York? These are areas where micro and small enterprises can grow through proper labeling, through proper standards, through proper training. And I'm seeing that this project has with it not only capital financing, but capacity building. So we can assist these micro and small enterprises in developing themselves and in growing. St. Lucia can go far through assistance like that to the small businesses of our country. So to call it tea boutique is really looking at it from a myopic perspective. The grand picture, the big economic plans failed because it did not touch the people. This is a representative of what we could do to touch these young people, these people in the villages, people with ideas, people who are innovative, and help them grow to bigger things. We did not start big. None of us here started big. None of us here were born big. We were born small and grew. So from the bottom, we help and we see them grow. So Madam President, I see an opportunity for places like SEDU, the Small Enterprise Development Unit, the Bell Fund, the NSDC, the SSDF, whichever agencies, to assist these people in holding their hands and bringing them up. I'm amazed, Madam President, when I look on Amazon. Jamaican castor oil is big business. Imagine that. I remember in my community people who made castor oil. That's all we knew as grease for our hair. And we felt, it was making our hair hard, so we didn't want castor oil. Now everybody is in search of castor oil. And so we can go back to industries like that, agro-processing, and several other things. I am seeing now, Madam President, I could tell you, the Beaufort Foundation has a gala every year in Dallas. And this year what we presented as gifts to the guests were condiments from St. Lucia. Tamarind ball, guava cheese, fudge, and coconut tablet, gegesh. And nothing the people liked more than that. We got candy jars, and I'm saying, why should we buy candy jars and put dirty sweetie other? So we got these local condiments and presented it to them. That was our way of presenting a taste of St. Lucia to the people in Dallas. And that's our way too of marketing our country, so when they want more, they'll come down here for it. So we should not be blinded by the small gestures that can help people. We must realize the impact that it can have on our country and the far-reaching implications and outcomes that we can get as a result of that. My only advice, Madam President, to those who will be administering that project is that the process and the terms should not be onerous on the small business people. Madam President, we know these days to open a bank account, they have to ask you for your grandmother name, your grandfather name, your cousin name, your nene name, your power name. You need how many pieces of ID? Some pieces of ID are not accepted. You have to go and come back. You have to put the money in the bank, and then they have to tell you how many weeks later whether your account is approved for opening. All of these are limitations to growth and development, and we have to look into it. So I would hate to see that projects of this nature are stymied with bureaucratic hurdles, barriers. It should be as smooth as possible. I know that there is risk involved, and therefore you would want to ensure that the monies that are given are accounted for and given to the right people. But it should not be the come back, go and get this paper, that paper, Batiste, this, that, and all of these things. That the process should be as streamlined as possible, allowing for the right people to be able to tap from that funding and for them to be able to have thriving businesses. And lastly, Madam President, I would like to see that there is proper monitoring of the businesses that are benefiting from this grant and loan, so that you can apply certain measures to see that they grow. I've always found that sometimes you see fiscal incentives given to the business sector, and every how many years you see more fiscal incentives and more fiscal incentives, and you're not seeing the growth of that business. But we want to see, I would like to see, Madam President, that these businesses do not remain as micro and small. And just like the social sector, the vulnerable groups, you're seeing some graduating. I would like to see a graduation of the micro and small businesses into big business. So, Madam President, I wish to support the resolution to borrow $3.7 million for the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector. And thank you for your time.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Allow me to begin by congratulating you on being elected as President of this Honorable Chamber. As your deputy, I pledge my assistance whenever you need to call upon me. And I wish you well during your tenure. It's been said, I think, on both sides that the small enterprise, small enterprise, and I know everybody seems to be leaving out medium. It covers medium enterprises as well, form the foundation of our economy. And our economy is only as healthy as this sector is. And so I commend the government for putting some thought and some effort into supporting this, foundational element of our economy. I just wish to make a few observations with regard to the borrowing, which I support. I note a lot has been said about the amounts and so forth. I'm not going to get into that. But what I do want to do, and I want to endorse the closing comments made by Senator Jean. I think the success and the impact of this borrowing will largely depend on how accessible the funds are. And I must say that my perhaps one or biggest concern is the fact that this is going to be put through and operationalized through SLDB. And my reason for saying so is largely based on the experience that we have observed with SLDB. And if we look particularly at the Youth Enterprise Scheme and the history of that scheme, I'm not sure that SLDB has proved themselves to be the best institution for disseminating and funding these sorts of projects. I'm hoping that they will prove me wrong, and I will be delighted to be proved wrong, but there is much concern there, and I agree with Senator Jean that it's important not only that we monitor the impact on the businesses themselves, but I think we need to monitor the implementing agency to make sure the aims of this project are achieved. I also want to endorse her point that we must ensure that access to these funds is not made overly burdensome. I have this fear that we are forgetting a lot of the lessons that we should have learned during COVID. COVID, I think, forced us to face up to a lot of our inefficiencies and to develop strategies and mechanisms of making services and products more easily available. With our supposed recovery from COVID, I realize that we are very swiftly, almost as quickly as we fix these inefficiencies, we're going back towards them. I would hate to see a situation where small enterprises, small, micro, and medium enterprises are required to leave their business, to go in to SLDB, to sit down through an interview process, to fill out forms before getting access to these funds. All of this should and can be done online, and I hope that that is what is going to happen. We need to move with the times. One of the benefits, I believe, that came from COVID was that it forced, through sheer necessity, a lot of persons to become creative. And I think if I speak to my colleague, Senator Aziz, he was pointing out earlier that a lot of persons have actually left the tourism industry, for example. I think part of that is because in the COVID time, they were forced to develop their own means of earning a living. And they realized, you know what, perhaps I can make a go of this. And so rather than returning to 9-to-5 employment, they've decided to remain self-employed and continue to do their thing on a side, or in fact not on a side now, do it full time. And we need to capture that energy. We need to encourage them and ensure that they can continue to grow and continue to develop, which is why I'm happy as well to hear from the leader of government business that part of this project will be institutional or technical assistance, ensuring that these persons understand how to run a business, how to develop business plans, how to develop, I didn't say it, but I'm assuming marketing plans will be part of it as well. And to piggyback a little bit on what the leader of opposition business said, I think as well there does need to be some focus on infrastructure, assisting these businesses not just with funds, but ensuring that, for example, they have ready access to markets overseas, whether that's through shipping, ensuring that shipping is more convenient and more available to them, access to raw materials, again, whether that's through collective purchasing or ensuring, again, that there's easier access through shipping and so forth to get those raw materials in. I believe we can look at, and I have made the point before, a proper business incubator where we start giving persons collective services in terms of management, whether that's HR, whether that's accounting, so that they don't have to focus on areas that are not really their strengths. Oftentimes, small businesses fail because persons don't know how to manage. They are very good technically in what they are producing, whether it be a service, whether it be a good. They know that element of the business well. But they don't have time, for example, or they don't have the capacity to manage their employees well. They don't have the HR consultancy and assistance. They may not be able to fill out or prepare their taxes properly. They may not be able to do accounts and invoicing properly, and then to follow up on those invoices. I think these are services that the government can, through whatever means, seek to offer on a collective basis, so that persons who are involved in the small micro enterprises, and even in some cases medium enterprises, can remove from themselves the burden, and I don't want to say the hassle because it's a necessary element of business, but the burden of having to manage some of these other aspects of running a business that may not be their real strengths. And hopefully by doing that, we can encourage these industries, as Senator just said, to progress and to grow from micro to small to medium, and hopefully eventually to large businesses. So with that, and just those few observations, I wish to support the borrowing and encourage the government to make sure that they monitor this to ensure that it's implemented properly, because a lot of times we borrow funds for projects which we see the value of, but the value is not achieved through the implementation. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me thank the colleagues who contributed to this debate on the motion. Leader of Opposition Business, Independent Senator, and my government senator colleagues. I think having listened to the submissions made by our colleagues, this bill seemed to have been approached with a lot more dexterity, if I may borrow from a popular term that one of my colleagues uses, albeit to suggest that we paid careful attention to the contents of the bill. So I want to thank members for that. Let me begin by responding to one of the issues that was raised by both Senator Jean and Senator Lee, and that is the issue of accessibility. And this is not only so with this particular motion, but anytime you have institutions, whether it be government setup or existing institutions that have to manage the implementation of your programs, you tend to run into the red tape issues. One of the ways that we would hope that this would be minimized is to ensure that the SLDB is not in charge of the entire process, but really serve as the entity that disburses the funds, while the Ministry of Commerce sees about the processes that can be a little more cumbersome. I think the issue of having those facilities online is well placed, which is why in my presentation I did indicate that we intend to build the capacity of persons to be able to access these resources with technical support. So I now turn, Madam President, to a few observations from the members from the opposition, leader of opposition business. I think there was an effort to temper the usual tactic, but I still sense, Madam President, three main issues that have been very consistent in terms of the way our responses have been, or the response of the opposition has been. Let me first indicate that I noted that there were basically three things come out all the time. One, that if the opposition thinks that the bill is a good one, or the motion, they may not say that we don't support it, but they will tell you that they did it first. They take credit. It was our idea. Or it's not enough. You can do more. Regardless of what is on the table. I remember sitting across the table and supporting wholesomely bills that were presented. I remember the Child Protection Bill as an opposition senator. The government presented it. There were a few loopholes. I pointed them out. But I was not ashamed to stand and say this is a bill that is important and is very necessary for our young children. And I supported it. I didn't feel bad. It was a good bill. And I will say that there are times when there is a motion or something on the table and we know that it's a good thing. But you see, if in our DNA we have been wired that we must not support, we'll find a way to, quote unquote, as we say, the bill. Madam President, the notion that it is not enough, and I heard the leader of opposition business clearly indicate that's not enough money, if I can borrow his own direct words. So is he suggesting, Madam President, on one hand, that he was trying to say earlier that we're borrowing, or we intend to borrow in excess of 500 million. That's too much money. Why are you borrowing so much? And now it's not enough, so we need to borrow a little more, Madam President? Is that what my colleague is suggesting? That the 3.7 million is not enough and we should be borrowing more? And if so, I sense another level of inconsistency. What does the opposition want the government to do? Don't borrow when we borrow, and when we borrow, it's not enough. So, Madam President, again, the inconsistency is there. I want to also place emphasis on a point that was raised, and I think Senator Lucia has touched on it, so I will not deliberate too much. And that is, claiming again who did what. So the bill is a good bill. Sorry, the motion is a good motion, but the opposition, okay, you want to claim part of the fame, that's okay. If a project or program was started by a particular government and we believe it's a good thing, we'll continue. That's why we have continued a lot of the programs that were started not only by this government, the last government, but by previous Labour Party governments. And I was happy that Senator Lucia was, although she's a little younger than myself, was able to dig into her memory and find and enlighten the opposition that community tourism and village tourism did not begin, the genesis of it had nothing to do with the United Workers' Party government. And I don't want to get into a debate on who did what, but let's get the record straight. It was under Kenny Anthony government with our current Prime Minister, Philip Joseph Pierre, who was then the Minister of Tourism, who introduced the concept of heritage tourism. That was what it was first called. So then it was, metaphoricized and then became village tourism. We have come back into government and we have augmented and made it a little better by extending the services and rebranding it. Now it is improved. We have provided the legislative framework that I think was mentioned. But I don't think it makes much sense for us to try to come here when we have nothing to fight a bill or a motion with, and we try to claim it. But even in trying to claim it, we don't even remember where the genesis was. I think we need to do our research a little bit more. Madam President, for a while there, I thought I was listening to a biography about the leader of opposition business. And I will quote some of the statements. Madam President, when you hear a member in a presentation on a motion to borrow that is supposed to be about the business of people, small businesses in this country, spends the better part of his presentation talking about himself. When I was Minister of Tourism, when I sat in the cabinet, when I sat on the board of SLHTA, when I was the MP for Ansari, when I. Madam President, by now it's very clear that if all of these things, if all of those achievements and all of those positions had done so well for the people of Ansari Canneries and the Ministry of Tourism and the people of St. Lucia, the Honorable Senator would have been sitting in his chair somewhere over there in government. The people of St. Lucia have assessed his performance and that of his government and have decided that he no longer occupies the lower house. And that's a fact. So coming here to discuss a motion that is in the interest of the people and talking about yourself for the better part of your presentation does not add any value to the bill. We all know what happened in the last 5 years. You don't have to come back and tell us. We know. So Madam President, that biography did not impress me, but I want to commend the member for having, during his tenure, acknowledge that the village tourism concept, as he coined it, was something that needed to be worked on. I think it's fair to allow him to have the credit for that. But we didn't need the biography at all. Madam President, another term that I picked up was that the leader of opposition business in his biography, quote unquote, was saying these are the things we were trying to do. After he gave the whole chronological history of himself, this is what we were trying to do. Well, Madam President, it is very clear that the people of St. Lucia were not impressed with what they were trying to do, and so I need to see more about that. Another thing that I've noticed, Madam President, is that there seems to be a certain narrative that does not go away. So it was, first of all, it was the $1,500 that started in, I think, from the very first debate we had in this chamber. It's over a year. The $1,500, and I have tried in many ways to respond to that. I will probably just have to leave that alone. And it has moved from $1,500 now to the 5 million, the 505 million, and it's not sticking. You know, every time the figures are thrown out, the narrative is attempted. It's not sticking, honorable members. It's just not sticking. And you know why it's not sticking, Madam President? Because it's not true. It is not true. The people of this country have the ability to discern. They can think. They can fact check. And when a statement is made, whether it is made by us or by the opposition, people go and fact check it and they make a decision about it. And if it is true and it's genuine, it will stick. And you will hear the deliberations and the discussions about it in the public domain. But when it is untrue, it will not stick. And what it does is that it creates a certain level of mistrust in the people from the source of the information. I don't think that's a title that our colleagues here want to be proud of or want to hold. Madam President, I now serve in the Ministry of Tourism, and I'm always very careful when reference is made to the Ministry of Tourism in any debate here, knowing that I am only 1 year plus into that sector, and it is not a sector that I claim to be a guru on. It's not a sector that I worked in prior to my involvement in elective politics. I am an educator, and I am a lot more astute to arguments along those lines. But that doesn't mean that I am totally oblivious to what's going on in the department. I think I have had some time to settle in. And when certain comments are made, I listen to them, and I wonder, but is that the same Ministry of Tourism that I serve in? I listened to the leader of opposition business making a point about about cruise arrivals not being at the 2019 levels. But Madam President, 2019 was before COVID. Things were booming. Everything was normal. We have started a recovery process, and COVID is still around. We know that COVID is still a reality. People are still dying of COVID. There are still people who will not travel because of their anxieties about that. There are still issues with the recovery process. And to suggest that by now we were supposed to have been exceeding those numbers and we should have been at 2019, really? Are these the expectations? I mean, somebody mentioned realistic expectations versus numbers. I mean, doesn't the honorable member, Madam President, realize by now that just does not work? How can you stand here and tell St. Lucians in 2022 that by now we ought to have been at pre-COVID levels in terms of arrivals. When the statistics in the last 3 or 4 published publications by SLTA, we didn't make it. It's not myself or the minister or anybody. The technocrats there have released the statistics in the last
Madam President,
months.
I stand on a point of order.
What is your point of
member
order?
is really and grossly...
It's a fade. I'm asking a question. Just what is your point of order?
Sure. Madam President, the member is grossly misleading the House and misquoting me in the most bizarre of ways. I never said that I expected the government to have brought back cruise tourism to pre-pandemic levels. I have said to you that the fact that the cruise tourism numbers are way below the 2019 levels, that is affecting a lot of small businesses in the cluster of the Castries market, the vendors, the taxi drivers, the box park which we're seeking to build. That is the point, honorable member. So if you're going to quote me, please quote me correctly, but that is a gross mistruth of what I've stated here today.
Without government business.
Lest I misquote the member, and I do not wish to do that. I will not. I give him the benefits because he knows what he said. But I heard it, and I think we heard it. So let me take his most recent submission that the 2019, the current numbers are not at the 2019 levels. Okay? Semantics. Maybe I'm the one that's not very smart. I don't know. Or all of us except, I don't know. But, Madam President, here is a point being made about numbers. That's the point. You are talking about numbers, and we all know that we're still in the recovery process. In fact, I was just about to say when he interrupted, that the last four sets of numbers released will reflect, and we have a member of the SLHTA here, that the numbers have exceeded the expectations every time for the last 4 times, Madam President. That is what is the reality.
Again, Madam President, the member is misleading the House. I can cite the August report of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, and it is clear that if what you have to do is qualify that statement by saying that in certain markets, the US market, the Canadian market has not recovered. The Caribbean market, because of a fallout of LIAT, right, is totally almost non-existent, and the cruise numbers have fell from the bottom. So in yachts, in Canadian market, you're very, very low. In the Caribbean market, the numbers are very, very low, right? So thankfully, the US market is performing. That's the truth.
Honorable member, government business.
Okay, Madam President. I will not be lured into a discussion about cruise US. So you see what has happened. Every time you correct the member, he shifts the goalpost. We were talking about numbers. I wasn't specifying which destination, whether it was airlift, whether it was cruise. Numbers. I never got... I was being very, very general, and I was being very, very careful. I did say that I've been in this business for just over a year. I'm no guru about numbers. But the numbers is the issue. There was a perception being created by the member that we ought to be at the pre-COVID levels of 2019. That's all I said. But now he's taking it to the US markets and all of those things that I'm not getting trapped in that discussion. Here's what I'm saying, Madam President. These assertions or these suggestions are not consistent with what the numbers are showing. And if he wants to compare different markets, that's up to him. But I'm saying, Madam President, that what has happened is that regardless where the numbers are, and I'm very happy to report to this Senate that the numbers are exceeding the projections, the numbers. And that's a fact. That's what I said. I'm not saying anything more than that. And therefore, if the numbers are beginning to look good, this piece of legislation, what it is doing, is that it is preparing our small businesses, our medium and micro businesses to be able to take better advantage of these visitors and these numbers when people arrive. That's what it's going to do. Whether it's the vendors in the market, whether it's the taxi drivers, whether it's the tour operators, all of the service providers that rely on the tourist arrivals. That is what this does. It positions them to take greater advantage of whatever numbers we have. Now, there's one thing I also notice, Madam President. Every time we talk here in the Senate, there's an attempt to take what we say and try to juxtapose it against big things. Somebody spoke about big ideas. This legislation speaks to micro, small, and medium business people in this country. It's not about the tourism industry. We understand the relationship, but we're looking at people, St. Lucians who are here, who are doing business here. So to try and take it and bring it into an argument about tourist arrivals, I know that was going. But all I'll say is that the more you help our businesses to build capacity, the better they are placed to take advantage of the tourism product. And so, Madam President, I want to end by thanking the members for their contribution. And I want to remind our dear opposition that when there is something on the table that is good for the people of this country, when it is something that is well thought of, it may not be perfect. We may have to make certain amendments, we may have to come back and improve it. Like was suggested by the independent senator, there are some things we may have to consider in terms of implementation, and was mentioned by the opposition senator Polius earlier. There are times that may be done, but let us try to call a spade a spade. If it's a good motion and it's for a good purpose, let's just say that. You can't make it look bad. As much as you've tried, it's not working. And as I said, it's not sticking. So, with that said, Madam President, I look forward to the proper implementation of this, of the benefits of this program, and that the agencies that are going to help to execute it will function with minimal red tape, so that the people for which it was intended will benefit. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to borrow an amount of US $3,704,000 from the bank's Special Development Fund 10th Cycle Loan Facility to support the micro, small, and medium enterprises sector post-COVID-19. Be it further resolved that the loan is repayable in 88 equal or approximately equal and consecutive quarterly installments. B, the loan payments commence on the first day of January, the first day of April, the first day of July, and the first day of October of each year, after a grace period of 3 years following the date of the loan, or such a later date as the bank specifies in writing. And C, interest is payable at a rate of 0.75% per annum on the amount of the principal disbursed and outstanding. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Bills. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Constitution of St. Lucia Amendment Number 2.
Constitution of St. Lucia Amendment Number 2.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move that this bill be presented for a second reading at the next or subsequent sitting of the Senate.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move for the first reading of a bill shortly entitled St. Jude Hospital Amendment.
St. Jude Hospital Amendment.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move for the suspension of Standing Order 49-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at the sitting.
Senators, the question is that Standing Order number 49-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Leader of Government Business to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put the question. As many as of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted. Please proceed, Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I beg to move for the second reading of a bill shortly entitled St. Jude Hospital Amendment. Madam President, I believe that the connotation, the term St. Jude Hospital in this country has become a lot more well known for many reasons. For those of us from the South, like myself, some of our family members were born at St. Jude. We have an affectionate connection with this place. My son was born in 2008, just before the fire, and I remembered what it meant. And St. Jude Hospital, Madam President, is a very important institution, and for whatever reasons has gone through a lot. So whenever we come to this Senate or this House to talk about St. Jude or to do anything on behalf of that institution, I think St. Lucians pay very, very close attention. And that is why today, as I present some explanation on this bill, I want to toe the line and be precise and concise and focus on what we are trying to do in this piece of legislation. As you would probably know, Madam President, as a former Minister for Health, and those of us here who have been paying attention, the St. Jude Hospital situation emanated from what happened in 2008. And to date, we have had to find ways to deal with it. The St. Jude Hospital Act, Cap 1120, the Act, that statutory body was established, or a statutory body by the hospital on April 1st, 2003. And that Act provides for the administration and management of St. Jude Hospital. Madam President, in accordance with this Act, the board of St. Jude Hospital may borrow money for the purpose of financing or repair of buildings, equipment, for financing and purchasing equipment and meeting obligations or for fulfilling its functions under that Act. That borrowing must be approved by the Minister for Health with respect to the amount and as well the source of the borrowing, and the terms and conditions of the borrowing may be affected. Madam President, the government approved a guarantee for the credit line for St. Jude as working capital requirements. The law that relates to the government guarantee is the Public Finance Management Act, Cap 1501, under Section 65 of the Public Finance Management Cap 1501. The Minister of Finance may, by affirmative resolution of Parliament, grant a guarantee in accordance with an enactment. In essence, Madam President, the Minister of Finance can grant a guarantee once there is legislation in place with respect to the grant of such a guarantee. So in this case, the applicable legislation is that Act that I referred to. Upon examination of the Act, it became evident, Madam President, that there is no provision for the grant or a guarantee. Therefore, this amendment that we came here to do today will insert in that Act a provision that allows the Minister of Finance to grant a guarantee to the St. Jude Hospital. So this is essentially what this amendment does. And once this amendment is passed, Madam President, the Minister of Finance will then present a resolution to Parliament to seek approval on the amounts to be guaranteed on the St. Jude Hospital. So this amendment is a precursor to allow the Minister for Finance to subsequently come to the Parliament to be able to seek approval to guarantee borrowing of finance for the St. Jude Hospital. I think this is basically what this amendment is seeking to do, nothing else. And so I hope that we will see it as it is, see it for what it is, and give support so that the necessary steps will be taken to allow for the Minister of Finance to be able to do what he has to do, should there be need to borrow, as we suspect there will be, for St. Jude Hospital to benefit. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Bill be read a second time. Senator Fede.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise to add a few comments to this rather perplexing issue of St. Jude's Hospital. We are here to contemplate a bill which would significantly expand the ability of the St. Jude's Hospital company, or as a legal entity, so that it can borrow finances and to get guarantees from the government of St. Lucia. So no problems with that part. But Madam President, this project, the St. Jude's Hospital project, continues to be one of major national concern to the people of St. Lucia.
Let me just stop you there very early, Senator Fede.
Sure.
The bill does not speak about the St. Jude Hospital project.
I know.
It is speaking to the government coming to Parliament to guarantee borrowing for the hospital in whatever form. Please stick to that which the bill speaks to. I would be grateful.
Okay. So yes, indeed, Madam President, I am sticking to the motion that is here for debate. But I did say to you that is offering a few comments, and which are very linked to the purpose why we are here. And that is a project that is fraught with so many challenges. This motion, the bill that we're debating, no doubt, becomes rather more important. The St. Jude's project, many reports, well, at least one report will show that it has been very difficult to mobilize finances, very difficult. And if you would allow me, I'll show you why this step is indeed an important step. Because, and I want to quote the handover report, and only elements as it relates to the financing of this
Senator
project.
Fede, I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. We are not speaking about the hospital project.
We're speaking about financing.
We are speaking about financing, guaranteeing a loan when it becomes necessary for the hospital. You are going into a hospital project infrastructure. We are not going there. We are going into the government seeking parliamentary approval when it becomes necessary to seek a loan on behalf or guarantee a loan for the hospital with the support of the hospital board. Do not confuse the two.
I'm not at all. But Madam President, if you
stay on point, Senator Fede.
If you just allow me just a bit of time, you will see that the financing of the St. Jude's project has been a major issue, and so I ask of you to give me some time so that I can develop this argument as to why now doing exactly what this bill seeks to do is important. And so I want to quote the Shanta King report, a report, St. Jude's handover project.
Senator Fede, I don't think you are...
I'm getting into the financing.
Senator Fede, sit down and listen to what I'm saying to you. The president shall be heard in silence.
Sure.
So take your seat. I am explaining to you the bill is one which guarantees the government, allows the government to come to Parliament to guarantee a loan on behalf of the hospital. If the hospital board needs to borrow money for pharmaceuticals, for any matter, they will call on the Minister for Finance. He will come into this house or the lower house to get that guarantee for a loan on behalf of the hospital. We are not talking about the hospital project. There's a distinct difference. I do not need you to go there. You don't have to go there. You speak to the bill, which is when it becomes necessary that the hospital, the institution, the people, the board needs money for whatever reason, not to build, not to rehabilitate as where you're going to now. I hope you're understanding the distinction that I'm making. So this is what we're talking about, giving permission for the Minister for Finance to come in to Parliament to get approval to guarantee a loan for the hospital running, not the hospital projects. So you don't have to go into the hospital project.
So Madam President, you're saying we're saying the same things, right? So I understand the distinction that you're trying to make. But what I'm saying to you is that I would need to quote a source. I'm not getting into the project at all. I'm totally getting into the financing, which has been a challenge.
Senator Fede,
for the development of this project over the years.
Take your seat again. When you go into the projects, you are going into the construction of St. Jude Hospital. I'm very familiar. When you start quoting Shanta King, I know where you're going. I am repeating that you stick to the bill which speaks to the Minister for Finance coming to the House to guarantee a loan on behalf of the St. Jude Hospital, not for the St. Jude Hospital project. And if you persist on this line of your presentation, I will have no choice but to ask you to take your seat. I have cautioned you. It's about the 4th time, Senator Fede, and I think you understand what I'm saying to you.
Madam President, the decision is yours. You are the boss of the House, so whatever you say, but I think that I'm going to continue to debate this matter how I see fit, and if it is not in line with your approval, then I shall sit down. But what I'm saying is that we are here to debate a bill which allows the institution, the business entity, St. Jude's Hospital, to your point, to get monies. This could be for maintenance, this could be for operating costs, this could be for capital projects. Does it make a differentiation? So it doesn't make a differentiation whether it's capital project. So it can be for anything. And so the point I'm saying to you is that over the years, in being able to mobilize financing has been one of the main issues confronting the hospital, whether it is capital, whether it is all of our hospitals, whether it is St. Jude's Victoria, whether it's Owen King. We know that. You've been a former Minister of Health. And so with a bit of patience, Madam President, you would see that there is a very strong connection in what I'm about to say and what this bill is seeking to advance. That's all I'm saying. And so the connection is that we've had challenges, whether it's for capital, whether it's for operating, right, in mobilizing monies for St. Jude's Hospital. And that in itself has hampered the capacity of the organization in the dispensation of its services. Be it operating, be it capital projects, be it maintenance projects that are necessary for the day-to-day running of the hospital. So I'm about to say to you that this is absolutely imperative. This move that you're making here today and what the bill is seeking to do. I am by no means attempting to get into the St. Jude's project, but what I was attempting to do was to say to you that, listen, if I'm going to tell you something, I would prefer to say that, where did I get it from? I got it from the handover project, which shows that in the limited ability in order to mobilize financing to get the St. Jude's improvements going, which will no doubt redound to the patients that are still stuck within the stadium. So therefore, the point that I'm making is absolutely crucial in that in being able to facilitate a mechanism by which financing could be raised will no doubt help the operations of the hospital on a daily basis. I listen to the cries of people who have loved ones there, the experiences that patients continue to have, the working conditions that nurses and doctors are completely being overwhelmed by on a daily basis. And it is disturbing. So anything that can help, any mechanism, I notice that this is the mechanism, it doesn't necessarily say how much that you will be borrowing. It is the most vague piece of legislation that I've seen. There's a lot of details that's missing. So I get the idea, what you're trying to do, but it doesn't take away the fact that people are struggling there every day. And so we need to do more than just coming here and seeking to put a facility in place. We need to fast track the project. And whether I am asked to sit down or not, right? I think
Senator Fede,
Senator
Fede.
Yes.
I believe hello, I'm speaking. I believe the President has already cautioned you to stick to the fact that all this bill does is authorize the grant of a guarantee. We are not debating the St. Jude Hospital project. We're debating whether or not it's appropriate for a guarantee to be given. The power, to give a guarantee to be given. So,
And I'm getting there.
yeah, but you're taking a very long time to get there.
There's such a thing as a preamble, which needs to then go into the substantive matter. So now we get to this. Of course, healthcare costs in this country, Mr. President, Mr. Deputy President, healthcare costs. Being able to run our hospitals competently, effectively, and being able to finance all of the necessary medication supplies that the patients and nurses and doctors may need is an issue that continues to be a source of concern. So I hope that by putting this mechanism in place, that the government will be in a better position to be able to improve the level of services that we see in our hospitals on a day-to-day basis. The stories are horrendous. The stories are directly related to a lack of ability to finance basic things like medication. People go to the hospital and they can't get it. Is it because that this facility didn't exist before? Will this facility do anything to help the improvement of the availability of drugs, which many members of the public can relate to what I'm saying? Will this help to do that? I would love to hear the member, the senator, address those issues and let us know how this is going to better help the operation. Will it lengthen the amount of time that people have to spend at the hospital? Will it reduce the amount of time that ambulance services get to various homes? Will this mechanism help to improve the general enabling environment for patients and for doctors and for members of the public who are seeking for health care? I do note that it's great when a statutory body is going to have its own autonomy, as you will. and have the ability, I do note that there must be consultation in accordance with the finance laws of our country. If you're a statutory body and you're borrowing, you need the permission of the Minister for Finance. But I want to know exactly how this will improve the status quo. That is the question that I'm trying to get from the government side, because, Mr. Deputy President, the status quo is a very sad story. There are people who, whenever they have to go to the hospital, they have resorted to home care instead. They have resorted to stay home and wish that they don't have to go to face our public facilities, because those experiences, not only do they require a lot of time, but they also require a lot of sacrifice on behalf of a lot of our people that are currently in the stadium now as we speak of St. Jude's Hospital. So I am going to say to you, Mr. Deputy President, that I support the general idea of making statutory bodies or statutory state-owned entities a lot more nimble in as far as them having the flexibility to be able to raise their finances. But I just want to know, how will this improve the services as currently exist at St. Jude's? Thank you.
Senator Shallery.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy President. And Mr. Deputy President, every time you sit in that chair, it really brings a bit of joy to my heart to know that whoever sits as the president is able to have that flexibility when they need to take a walk, take a break, go to the washroom, because they're supported by a deputy, because this government respects the fact that this is a necessary part of the smooth running of the operations of the house. And so anytime that happens, I want to lift my skirt tails and dance around the room, but I know that that would not be allowed. Mr. Deputy President, no, that was called that as a leave. Mr. Deputy President, it would be remiss of me not to add my voice to a matter placed before the House in relation to St. Jude Hospital. And of course, the reason I say this is because as a Southerner who has had reason to access the services of the St. Jude's Hospital, St. Jude Hospital is indeed dear to my heart. In the presentation of the bill, the leader of government business indicated that his son was born at St. Jude's in 2008, and that's something that, a similarity that we share. My son was also born at St. Jude's in its original location in 2008, but unfortunately a few years later, to bear my daughter, given the conditions, I had to come up to Victoria Hospital. And as much as the service provided there was good service that I expected to get from a medical facility, but it was not very comforting being so far away from home without having the liberty of friends and family visiting, as would have been the case if I was right next to my home, a stone's throw away. And so, as much as after all is said and done, that many may remember St. Jude Hospital as it has been deemed a political football, and as much as after all the issues of location has been ironed out, long after the debates of boxes and sizes have died out, long after demolition and repairs, what will stand out is the ability of the St. Jude Hospital to provide a level of service that is excellent, a level of service that is at a standard that is comparable to other medical institutions around the island, in the region, and in the world. And so to be able to do that, it means that the hospital as an institution needs to be able to have the flexibility to be able to provide these services. And of course, we understand the importance of finances in being able to do so. Madam President, when the Prime Minister in the lower house earlier this week presented the bill, and perhaps to answer some of the questions posed from the member opposite, and if I am allowed to perhaps quote a bit from what the Prime Minister said, he did say that the request is to augment the current working capital of the institution. And I do not think that the term working capital is something that is foreign to us. Working capital is what they would need for their day-to-day operations, their ins and their outs. And of course, if there is a little more money to be able to do the things that they have to do on a daily basis, of course we understand that services are provided. So perhaps additional beds, perhaps additional medication. These things, they will have a better ability to provide these things for the persons who go through their doors. He continued to say that the working capital needs for the hospital is significant and it's growing, especially as they continue to recover from the effects of the pandemic and treat incidences of communicable diseases and other health issues. And so I think it has been clearly articulated both by the Prime Minister and the mover of the bill in the upper house what the funds will be used for, Madam President. I do not see any ambiguity in what was presented, and I think that the member opposite is simply living up to being troublesome. It would not read that. It just wouldn't be him if he sat down without doing that. And so I want to say, Madam President, that I support that move. I support the move by the government, and we know we've heard the issues at St. Jude's in terms of the ability to provide service, because we understand that the hospital has a duty of care. And so when persons walk through the doors of the hospital, whether you have the money to pay immediately or whether you do not have the money to pay, that the hospital would still ensure that whatever service, whatever procedure is required, that it is administered, that it is carried out. And so we understand that this would cause a situation whereby the funds that need to come in to ensure that whatever is needed in terms of equipment
Madam
and
President,
so on.
I rise in the point of order 37.8.
To your point of order, Senator Fede?
Yeah. 37.8, contents of speeches. It says clearly that the conduct of Her Majesty's members of the royal family, the Governor General, members of the Privy Council or the Senate, or the House of Assembly or judges or other persons engaged in the administration of justice shall not be raised except upon a substantive motion moved for the purpose, and in any amendment, question to a minister or debate on a motion dealing with any of the other subject, any reference to their conduct of any such person as aforesaid shall be out of order. The senator suggested that I'm troublesome. Now, if it is,
I think her exact words were, you were being.
I was being troublesome. That's out of order, because I'm
this is a description of behavior being troublesome as opposed to I am troublesome.
She is not, according to the standing orders, not entitled and is out of order to mention anything about my behavior. If it is that I'm troublesome every time I come to this house to seek answers on behalf of the people, then I will continue to be troublesome. If it is that I'm going to raise questions about the failed policies of your administration, then I'm going to continue to be troublesome. If it is I'll be called troublesome because I asked the difficult and pertinent questions, then I'll continue to be troublesome.
Are you addressing the chair?
But she's out of order.
Are you addressing the chair?
Yes, Madam President. So I'm asking you, Madam, I'm proposing Standing Order 37.8 for your deliberation, Madam President. It is clear what the standing orders have said. By saying that I'm trying to be troublesome is out of order, according to the standing orders.
It's a very ticklish situation now, Senator Fader, which you have just indicated that you will continue to be troublesome without allowing me to rule on this. So I shall allow the Senator to proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. But in keeping with the atmosphere that we want to create in the House, if in fact that the member feels offended by the terminology that I used, I wish, Madam President, because it was not my intention to offend the member, it is not my intention to deteriorate the relationship and the atmosphere within the Honorable House. And so if the member so feels that way, Madam President, I have no issues retracting the statement because I do not want to contribute to a change in the atmosphere. I'm not adult enough to do that. And so thank you for allowing me to continue, Madam President.
Yeah, unlike what you...
Senator Shalry, could you allow Honorable?
Madam President, I move for the suspension of Standing Order 9.3 to allow the Senate to sit between the hours of 6 and 7:30 p.m. in the evening.
Senators, the question is that the Standing Order 9.3 be suspended to enable the Senate to sit beyond the prescribed time of 6 p.m., 6 o'clock in the afternoon. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, Senator Shalry.
Madam President, te mwen kontine, ek sa mwen te ka di, pito mwen pa vle iped eto opsyon, sa mwen te ka di se mwen sipote bila ki duvan nou, because mwen kopwan de lè l'hôpital la ka ni ti difficulté pou asiye yo bay servis la, nou jan soud la ek jan peyi ya ka espeye yo kay bay, lè vini pou bagay santé an peyi ya. De lè ou ale an l'hôpital la ek de lè la pani a couche, de lè ou pajen an zoye, de lè la pani a couverture le couche la, because de lè bagay ka wed ek management l'hôpital la pasa asiye ki tout se bagay sa la en place. So mwen ka sipote position gouvernement ka mene legislasyon sa la douvan kay parlement pou bay gouvernement ek ministre finance abilité a pou sa bay un garanti bay St. Jude le yo bouze prêter l'argent pour asiye yo mette bagay en place pour yo sa bay en service qui en service nous satisfait qui le nou ayan l'hôpital la za fait nous ka bouin point que ek nous sa quitter l'hôpital la ka senti accordi nou apli mè santé, Madame President. Ek so mwen just vle di sa, mwen just vle di akon mwen sipote bila, ek mwen ka gade pou le sakay defliche pou servis la l'hôpital St. Jude kabay, ek kon mwen te di pli bonè, mèm si i an stadium la, mèm si i OG, mèm si tout se bagay sa la, mèm si kote yé, servis la i kabay la, servis la sipose, an servis nou satisfait ek. Et moi, c'est ça, toute législation, ça, c'est intention pour assurer ça fait. So, moi, je voulais bouter avec ça, Madame Président, et comme on dit, il était really l'aide qu'on patois a dit. Si moi, qu'on un genre, soude là, pas te parler à sous yon bill about l'hôpital St. Jude, because nous, en sous pays, nous avons gardé pour l'hôpital ça là, car ça proviser service là, nous te connaître en temps passé. Merci, Madame Président.
Senator, we have two senators. Senator Antoine Prosper.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I simply want to make some brief remarks regarding the bill under discussion this evening. Madam President, we all will understand that St. Jude Hospital is the premier health institution in the south of St. Lucia. And just as my colleague senator has admitted, my colleague senators have admitted, Our children were born at St. Jude. Our parents were housed at St. Jude Hospital. And we receive excellent service at the St. Jude Hospital. At this time, we know of the challenges that the hospital is facing with liquidity, with their overdraft facility, with diminished cash flow. Madam President, nous savons St. Jude après COVID, j'ai souffert un chai. Aujourd'hui, nous ne pas parler about côté l'hôpital ailleurs. Nous pas parler about habilité St. Jude pour by mon WIMED. Habilité St. Jude pour qualité service là, yo te ka bay avant COVID parce que l'argent pas ka circuler assez à l'hôpital là pour yo bay qualité service là. Avec pour raison ça là, moi ka supporter bill la jodi a qui ka aider St. Jude pour trapper facilité pour yo prêter l'argent plus aisé. Madam President, the increased expenditure due to COVID-19, we know the current constraint for medication and quality health care at the hospital. Madam President, we empathize with the workers, and I compliment the people of the South for their patience in having to travel to Castries sometimes to get medication, or having to move to Castries to get certain services that they cannot access at the hospital because of financial constraints. And therefore, I stand in full solidarity with this bill that will assist St. Jude while the hospital is in transition. And when I say the hospital, I am not speaking about the physical setting. I am speaking about the institution. This is this is assistance for the institution, and we are not talking about the physical setting at the sitting. And so I want to let my voice be heard that we should not sit and don't assist St. Jude while it is in transition to get to its new home. And so I want to support this bill this afternoon. Thank you.
Senator Jean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, and to just add a very brief perspective on what is presented by way of this amendment. Madam President, when I saw that amendment, I was even surprised that a common clause that resides in several pieces of legislation relating to statutory boards was absent in the case of the St. Jude Hospital Act. I went through just a few statutory boards. The SLASPA Act, Chapter 18.13 at Section 28 has the exact clause. The St. Lucia Development Bank Act, Chapter 12.02 at Section 23, same clause. St. Lucia Marketing Board Act, Chapter 7.01, Section 26, same clause. The St. Lucia Housing Corporation Act, Chapter 511, Section 39, and the National Lotteries Authority Act, Chapter 13.20 at Section 21 has the same clause. So it appeared to me that one institution that has been around for such a long time, they've operated with one of a basic avenue, I would call it, that many statutory boards enjoy. And so, to amend the Act to include provision for the minister to approve with Parliament a guarantee to an institution, a hospital at that, is to my mind one that ought to have happened a long time ago. And so, Madam President, I think we have to understand, like my colleagues have said before me, those who came before me said, working capital is a basic requirement of running an operation, the operations of an institution. And not even just simply what the COVID pandemic has shown us, but we have had several external shocks that would lend themselves to the need for increased working capital and the increased fiscal space that would allow for acquiring basic amenities, for dealing with your trying to complement revenues and different things like that. So the absence of that mechanism, to my mind, cripples or retards the operations of such an institution. I don't even want to call the institution's name, because we're seeing that a mistake, a blatant mistake is made to align the operations of the hospital with a project that is under construction. And so we need to focus on the essence of this amendment act, or this amendment, and see how it will directly impact on the management of the current facility, no matter where it is located, in order to meet its operations, its future capital needs. We shouldn't be afraid to say so, because if there is need to acquire large equipment and other things, then that avenue allows for that to happen. So, Madam President, I would like to support the amendment to the St. Jude Hospital Act, so that it will give the board and management of St. Jude Hospital a greater latitude, a greater flexibility to handle the operations of the hospital on behalf of the people of St. Lucia. And one last thing I want to say, Madam President, is that I do not view St. Jude Hospital as a hospital for the South. I view St. Jude Hospital as a hospital for the people of St. Lucia. We need to stop associating it with just the South. So as if, c'est just so, we can do it what we want. There is an international hospital, international airport in the South. God forbid there is an emergency. Where would they go? It would have to be that hospital. We have a seaport. We ourselves individually can be driving there and get into an accident. We can be unwell. Maybe we were at a hotel down there and get sick. Where do we go? So St. Jude Hospital must be viewed as another health institution in St. Lucia for the people of St. Lucia, every single one of us, so that greater attention, greater emphasis can be placed on it, and in this case, on the operations of the institution. Thank you.
Senator Lee.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a few very short and quick observations. The purpose of this bill in adding the power for the Minister of Health to authorize a guarantee for the funding of St. Jude's. The utility of that cannot be denied. As Senator Je has quite rightly pointed out, this is a very common provision in legislation to enable, and particularly the fact that this is a statutory board, to enable it to run and operate properly. That being said, Madam President, I had a look at the estimates of revenue and expenditure for this year and couldn't help but get struck by the fact that a huge chunk of the budget of the Ministry of Health is allocated for the running of those two hospitals, OKEU and St. Jude. OKEU in excess of $50 million and St. Jude in excess of $21 million. That, Madam President, I do not think is sustainable. We have lamented the fact and how long it's taken for St. Jude to become operationalized and repaired and so forth. But I'm a firm believer that for every disappointment, every obstacle is an advantage if you look at it correctly and you use it to the best benefit. I think that the length of time it has taken for us to get to the completion of St. Jude provides us with an opportunity to look at the means by which we finance healthcare, in particular with St. Jude. I don't believe we need to replicate exactly what's happening at OKEU. And perhaps what we need to do is focus on means of generating particular revenue streams to support the provision of healthcare at St. Jude, so that we don't have to rely on the provision of loan funding and guarantees. And hopefully that way we can create more fiscal space for doing other things in the government budget. I say this as my colleague Senator Je pointed out. We have an international airport, we have a seaport, we have hotel and rapid hotel development going on in the south. Acute care is going to become increasingly important. We need to make sure that we put sufficient resources behind trauma and emergency medicine. As well, I think we need to look at perhaps creating within St. Jude a center of excellence in relation to some aspect of medical care, whether it be oncology, whether it be ophthalmology. I know St. Jude had a history as well known at one point as the place to go for any kind of eye surgery that you wanted. These are the sorts of things, specialized areas where you can develop a reputation, where medical tourism, which I find is a very bad name, but we understand what it means. It means traveling to another country for superior medical care. These are the things I think we have the opportunity at this time now to plan for and to put in place so that when St. Jude becomes fully operational in its new location, that we don't have to rely on loan funding and this guarantee that we're putting in place. And I accept that it's necessary. I accept that it's part of the proper administration and running of a statutory board and an organization in particular. But I believe that we need to and we should seize the opportunity to look at other means of generating revenue to ensure that we are not coming to Parliament year on year to borrow in excess of $71 million to fund the operation of two institutions. We are too small a country to be able to sustain that burden long term. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank my colleagues for their contributions to this bill. And it was very interesting the way the debate unfolded. I will not have much to say regarding the Leader of Opposition Business at this point, because I think he attempted to have his own debate, which clearly was not in sync with what was before us. I believe that we probably should have a full debate on St. Jude that would probably give the opposition a chance to do what he attempted to do. And then the government will have an opportunity to deal with that. But for now, I want to make reference to a couple points that were raised by my colleague Senator. And I must tell her before I respond that I'm referring to Senator Jean, that I understand that the St. Jude Hospital is as a hospital for St. Lucia. I agree. And she gave all the reasons. But she must forgive myself and Senator Tousse, because we have a affinity. We have an intimate relationship with this place. For us, it's not just a medical facility. We had these sisters and who came in, and there's a lot about this place that is very sentimental, and people in her constituency would have been affected during the fire. So there's a lot of emotion attached. So when we try to claim a connection, it's not because we think it's just for the South, but because there's a certain relationship. So please forgive us if we sound that way, but we agree that it is an institution for the country and it serves a bigger purpose than just for the people of the South. Madam President, I think it is true, based on what Senator Jean pointed out, that there had been probably a serious oversight in that regard, and it was late but necessary that we right the wrong, as we had not made that provision that existed in other statutory organizations that we are making now for a very important institution like St. Jude. So I thank her for that observation, and I think it is correct that that is so. As for Senator Lee's contribution, very, very telling points that he made, I want to refer to the first point regarding the quantum, the amount that is allocated in the estimates. It is true, there are 20 million for St. Jude and the 50 for OKEU. What obtains now, and I can tell you, because I'm very, very well informed about what happens at the hospital, especially in St. Jude, that the amount is woefully inadequate in terms of the needs of the hospital versus what the board has to deal with. And so it speaks very loudly that even with the allocation as is, it's not enough. And there must be more sustainable ways to be able to generate the hospital, to self-generate. It was, in the past, you had arrangements where patients would contribute, whether if they couldn't pay in cash, they would pay in kind. They would bring food items. They would offer other tangibles to help augment the cost of operations at the hospital. And these are things my grandparents did. They would bring stuff to the hospital to make up for their bills, and that would have been used to furnish, to provide for the kitchen, cutting on operations costs. Things like the laundry. There are lots of other services that we believe that we can help to be more efficient in managing, thereby allowing the hospital to be more sustainable in terms of self-management. I want to offer one idea that has been thrown around, and that is by having the other services being sourced from us by outsiders. For example, medical universities. We've seen Spartan and other universities showing interest in utilizing our spaces and our expertise in and around St. Jude, where we can generate revenue and hopefully channel some of that back into the hospital. That is one of the ideas that's been floated around, and I think Senator Lee's contribution might give some legs to that, and perhaps we can move a little more purposefully in that direction. I also believe that there are models that we can look at. I don't want to go too much into Health City Cayman. I'm not sure if that sat very well with us. The woeful stories with that. But I think there are models in the region that we can look at. For example, Colombia. There are certain packages that are offered where people can travel and feel that they get quality service. And I think we can call it, yes, medical tourism. That's what it is. You have facilities that can create opportunities for people from outside to come to your country, rent a room from somebody, get lodging, get your taxi services and other services that complement the hospital service and generate revenue. Martinique, we are our neighbors right across, look at the number of St. Lucians who go to Martinique. I mean, I have close family up there, and they can tell you when some of these people come over, not just for treatment, but for follow-up visits, they have to stay at someone's house. They have to buy food. They have to take taxi. They have to spend money, and all of that can circulate in the community. And so, if it is properly planned and properly arranged, I believe that when the services that we provide can be sourced by other countries from the OECS, our neighbors, the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Barbados, that happens. So you can create that type of operation where our regional neighbors can source the services that we have, offering other services that will complement the healthcare and create that level of revenue generation that can then be put back into the operations of St. Jude. I think the closest we have to that is Tapio Hospital, which is really private, but we know that some people have had some difficulties with the costing. But again, if that facility, which is operating in the south, with the international airport nearby and the ports, if we can create that level of connection between the services offered that can be sourced by outsiders, and then we can provide the supporting services that go with the medical support, I think that there's an opportunity here that we should take. So I agree that the current arrangement is not sustainable, and I believe that our government is open to ideas and suggestions that can help us be more self-sufficient and efficient in being able to have a more sustainable approach towards running and operating the St. Jude Hospital, and in fact, the OKEU and any other health facility or health service that we provide in our country. So I thank members for that, Madam President. I'm sure that would make you personally very happy as a former Minister for Health, if we can have a sustainable St. Jude that can basically finance its operations, thereby creating more space for us to find money. This $20 million can go into some other service and make things better for our country. So I thank our members for that, and I look forward to these suggestions. I'm sure that they have been recorded and that our current Minister for Health, Honorable Jean-Baptiste, will take those into consideration. I thank you, Madam President.
Senators, the question is that the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the St. Jude Hospital Act, Cap 11.20.
Clause 2.
Insertion of new section 20A.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Senators, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Senators, I beg to report that the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments to any clauses, without any amendments. Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and passed.
Senators, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the King's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Act, 2022.
Honorable Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that the Senate stand adjourned, sign it down.
Senators, the question is that this House do stand adjourned, sine die. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
All right.
Well, we have come to the end of the Senate sitting. The House has been adjourned, sine die. It was a very interesting day, not very usual that the Senate sits up to this time. In fact, at about 1 minute or 2 minutes to 6, there was a motion by the leader of government business to allow the House to continue sitting past the 6 o'clock hour. And so during the course of the sitting, there was, of course, what was most interesting was the appointment of the new president, in the person of Senator Alvina Reynolds. And of course, she was quite appreciative and appreciated the confidence placed in her by the Prime Minister and the other members of and her other colleagues in the Senate. She did mention her appreciation and for gender equality, and pledged to do as much as possible to be fair and balanced in her decisions. And of course, she also took time to applaud and congratulate her fellow senator, that is Senator Alison Jean, on her attainment or her accomplishment of her doctorate degree, and also to express condolences to the nurse who was killed during the course of this week. There also was much discussion, very interesting debate on two motions. One, to borrow the $5.2 million for assistance to COVID, persons who are recovering from the COVID, what we call the debilitating effects of the COVID pandemic, and also a second motion and that is US dollars, 5.2 million US dollars, and also another 3.7 million US dollars for this time to assist persons in small business, persons who would like to small, micro, and medium-term businesses who need to get that going. There was also a bill on an amendment, the St. Jude Hospital Amendment Bill, allowing the government to access funds to continue the operations of St. Jude's Hospital. And of course, the main debate here, especially from the opposition, that the president had to caution very seriously the leader of opposition business was not to go in the way of project. He wanted to debate the project, and he was cautioned by the president to stay away from the project, but rather stick to operations. Samagadia, c'est vite nous finissons, c'est une session qui est intéressante, qui est bien intéressant, qui est constitué. Il a été un cher débat. C'est pas souvent au cas joindre Sénat qui a continué à discuter pour laisser là. Mais discussion était intéressante. En Chai, c'est monde parler, membres indépendants, tous les deux façades de la parler, et qui était bien intéressant. Ce qui était plus intéressant, je veux dire, c'est appointement en président neuf, ça c'est Madame Président Alvina Reynolds, sénateur qui est un sénateur avec ses Comme ça, nous avons fini la session qui est constituée. Nous avons merci un peu pour rester pour nous. Avec nous avons maintenant pour studio nous NTN.